Commander, one of our most valued supporters, says continued support of the XCOM project.
Despot, thank you so much for the 7 months. Good to see you here at the start of stream, as often. Let's see if we got the right video game. Hello, there it is. All right, success. Sometimes the OBS needs to have a little bit of coffee before it can get going. Howdy, Mr. DNA, Malkavian, Seebly, Ivy Blade, Veron, Karugzar, Isla Cruz, Big Stuffs, yeah, Chronometrics. Hope the Monster Train modding's been treating you well. King Smurf, howdy. Zagasu, Ristona, Die, and everybody else. Hello, hello, and welcome to some Variety Sunday. Excited to be here playing some games. First time watching Monster Train, can I do a quick walkthrough? Absolutely, Trijed. I can absolutely do that as we dive into our first run here. Going random. So Monster Train is a deck builder in a somewhat similar vein to Spire. You've got background in that. You know, you've got 3 energy per turn, you draw 5 cards per turn. There are 5 clans, which are kind of analogous to the characters of Slay the Spire. Each has a color of cards, and each has, you know, a unique set of cards within that color. But in Monster Train, we're playing with 2 of them. So we've got a primary clan and an allied clan. The primary clan dictates your hero, which I'll get into in a moment, and the allied clan is additional cards that
Commander,
are being added.
One of our most valued supporters.
Hey, Avenue Philanthropist, we're just getting started.
Support of the XCOM project.
Jet Raccoon, hey, Sherry, good to see you. Yagi82, thank you so much for the 6 months. And what have we here? So it looks like we rolled Stygian, the kind of spell specialists, as our starter clan. 2 copies of Crypt Builder here is pretty interesting. Packed Morsels and the Unnamed Tome. So sort of each run of Monster Train, you get 5 random cards added to your starting deck. Kind of like a daily modifier in Slay the Spire, almost. Which I think does really help differentiate the starts quite a bit. So I think that's pretty cool. In our starting deck, we also have our clan starter cards. Each clan has a particular card that you'll start with a bunch of copies of. That's Frozen Lance for the Stygian, doing damage to the front enemy unit, and Shade Splitters for the Umbra. And 4 copies of Train Steward, which is our base little creature. Let's grab Absolutely Winged Steel. And we'll take the... I want to get a conduit version of Titan's Bane here, I think. To make all these Frozen Lances and Crypt Builders cheaper. And it'll work really well with the Winged Steel also. So we'll take the Conduit Champion. Chrono. Brilliant. Alright, let's dive on into the first combat here, and we can show what this is truly like. 75 coins for units on every floor at the start. I think I can deal with that. Got morsels. Oh, it's gonna be hard to get our collector on the second wave. Figure it out. So, in combat, we've got 3 floors of our train, because you know, it's pretty standard train design to have vertically layered cars with different floors on them and boilers on each floor. And then the engine is, of course, at the very top of the train, which is what we need to be protecting from these angelic invaders. They'll come in at the bottom, and every turn, enemies will advance on up to the next floor, eventually reaching your pyre and directly engaging in combat with it. We set up on the second floor. Yeah, standard train layout. Let's see, 5 health. Might not actually be able to deal with any of that, as I look at it a little bit more. We always draw our hero on turn 1. Yeah, nothing about this game makes any sense, and that's okay. That's how we like it. Maybe just let all these guys boot my pyre for a bit. I'm gonna try to set up on the top floor here. Oh, let's try to get drum war. Actually, I already forgot I had this. Cool. So we can summon some morsel units, which are definitely helpful here. Morsels are little creatures that feed themselves to the front non-morsel units each turn. Do I want to keep this train steward intact? I think so. Use Crypt Builder to kill one of them. Could also summon Shade Splitter, but there's no reason to do that. Okay. Thunk that guy. We'll attack one of our fellows. Eating happens. Dying happens. And it is on this floor. Okay. I don't think I'm going to be able to kill that. But we're still up on money, I guess, technically. Yeah, Fire X, how's it going? Good to see a gnome saying. Doing very wonderful on this afternoon. Doing very wonderful. Yeah, that's a word. Or some such. So any units we summon onto the top floor get dazed here. It's silence. Silence. Yeah, I was just thinking that. Silence stops it from running away, right? So applying silence to enemy units disables all of their triggered abilities, which should be anything in a purple circle. Wait. But does it also stop it from giving me money? I guess we'll find out. Yeah, it's gonna disable the gold too, right? Well, that doesn't seem actually helpful, but it does seem hilarious. So we'll do that. Does seem hilarious. Okay, so the Forged Disciple is going to get through. That'll result in a little bit of fire damage. We've got our boss about to come in. We'll set a choo-choo lad here. Just gonna draw more. Yeah, so we didn't get the money. Rip. 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 Very rip. There, we can put the... here. Get some feeding done. I can even summon these two on the bottom here. Or whatever that's worth. Unless our boss gets stuff from killing things, in which case I've made a terrible mistake. I don't really remember. Definitely a good starter relic. Oh yeah, for sure. For sure. That's after combat. That's right. That's right. +2 lifesteal 1, +3. Train Steward looking mighty beefy. Just set up our choo-choo man with some friends. That's how we want to do it. I'll get to the pyre, though. We're taking quite a bit of pyre damage here. Not a good first fight by any metric. Unless the metric is surviving, which is kind of okay by me as a metric on this Covenant level. Admittedly. I think I can allow it to take another 3. So the summary of what's going to happen in each round is very nicely summarized by the game for us, which I think is almost required to play the game. The little X indicates the unit will die, and a minus indicates how much positive or negative health change the unit will experience, and that accounts for everything that's going to happen on death effects, mid-turn effects, end-of-turn effects, relics that you forgot you had, random abilities that you forgot the enemies had. It's all accounted for in the preview here. So there's nothing that you have to keep track of in your mind, like you might have to do for all the different relics of Spire, and I think that does make things a little bit easier, which is good. Very good. So I'm doing that. Buy ourselves some damage. Note how summoning an additional morsel in front caused the damage the enemy was taking to increase. Because we bought a turn by sacrificing the morsel, basically. And it also accounts for the heal that the minion gives at the end there, that 5 hit point heal. It's all accounted for. Like, just Frozen Lance and then Offering does enough, or Crypt Builder rather, does enough to kill the boss. We ended up losing, what, 14 Pyre health? Yes, 14 damage taken. Not ideal, but we did get our bonus. Missed the Collector. Let's call that alright. So Offering token here says draw 1, discard 1. And that would allow us to play these Crypt Builders for free. They've got that Offering keyword. If discarded before the end of your turn, it will instead be played, so that's pretty cool. Something that we can relatively reliably set up with an Offering token. Titan's Gratitude and Helical Crystals could be good as well. Take that Offering token, though. And then our Allied Clan Pack, an Umbra card. Ooh, I like Entumbra Assault. Deal a little bit of damage, and if it kills something, give us some morsels. Or Ember Drain cards, which, I don't think that's the direction I want to head in, but maybe it is. Maybe? Maybe. Okay, we need to get a decent unit. It's usually my priority, so getting a Stygian unit and going to a Merchant of Steel feels pretty good. Especially since there's no Merchant of Steel next floor, and I'm not going to want to go to this Merchant of Steel. Yeah, so let's grab a unit and go to the Merchant of Steel. One of the very important things is a Siren of the Sea or a Cold Celia. Both could be pretty good. One of the very important things early on in a Monster Train run is to get a decent unit out early that can do a lot of stuff. Someone I can't. So we're kind of wanting to spam a lot of spells. We've got like Shade Splitters and stuff too. We have tons of spells. So I think the Siren is going to work out pretty well for us, especially if we invest in her. Should have looked at the upgrades that were available in the shop before I made my decision there. So we can purchase some upgrades here. Upgrades go into upgrade slots on units and upgrade them in permanent fashion. Quick Sweeper would have been, well, yeah, quick with a Strength Stone and a Speed Stone, it would have been a very good unit. That's definitely true. I figure out what I want here. I don't particularly want a quick Siren of the Sea. That doesn't seem like a good use of 115 gold. Damage shield's alright. Especially if we're going to put her in the front line. Or I could re-roll right now and try to buy from amongst what's left. Yeah, I want like a large stone or something, exactly. That's why I'm thinking of the reroll button here. I'd also be okay with Incant Gain Armor 1. Multi-strike would be acceptable as well. Let's see what happens. This could go badly. There's multi-strike. And there's Incant Gain Armor, actually, the Runestone. So maybe I want to go Runestone Battlestone. Let's try that. It's cheaper than the Frenzy Stone. Makes them into more of a defensive tank. But I like it. Yeah, we'd love to find a totem now, right? Seriously. Just stack more incant abilities. Maybe get the double incant relic. Spikes. Spikes would be relatively hard to deal with. They'll kill morsels, and Tethys will perish the spikes pretty easily if I don't manipulate his location. And the boss already has spikes. Oh. Don't think I can handle that challenge. So less capacity here on the bottom floor. Let's set up in the middle, I think. So I can just play these for free even if there's no target, and we'll get our incant bonuses. Let's do that. Silence him again! Now, we'll use Intemper Assault to kill the back line here, which will actually get us the money for realsies. Huzzah! Discard the Crypt Builder, plays it for free. Alright, that's a pretty good start, I would say. We're able to easily stack up incant bonuses here. My hand is full. Excuse me there. Alrighty. We guys on the top row? How did that happen? Must not have been paying attention. That's only going to do 1 pyre damage if I leave it alone. Guess I don't need to let it do that, though. Damage shield. Let's play that for the incant. Awesome for bosses, but terrible for trash. Yeah, my hope is that our spells are going to be awesome for trash, but kind of terrible for bosses, and it'll make up for it? Question mark. Not sure. Okay, so we're currently beating the boss. That's a good sign. That's a good sign. We'd like some more ways to target the trash in the back, though. So if we can pick that up, it would be really helpful. Oh, hey! Oh, oh, those are both perfect. Titan's Tooth hits everything on the floor. Ice Tornado hits randomly for a lot of damage. With the offering token, it's really tempting to take a Titan's Tooth. So I heard you wanted a 3-cost. I'll take that Titan's Tooth. We take a second Antumbra Assault at 2.
Commander, the aliens are disturbing.
Var, thank you so much for the 5 months. Tier 1 support. Staying on track, keep on training. Heck yeah. Choo-choo. Space Prism, Schmace Prism. I think. Ooh, do I want 2 sirens? I can't feed them morsels if there's 2 of them. Maybe I do want more capacity. We go to a Merchant of Magic. The health restore is relevant. Stygian unit could be a totem, though. I'm seeing how my decisions could be different here. Okay, we're gonna get a heal shortly. Probably want to go to this Merchant of Magic. Alright, let's see. I want a totem here. No, you're not a totem, but we do have a Revenge Shork. Could be a fun thing to feed morsels on a different floor. I'll take it. I'll take it. What you got? The Bone Shaker. Give me a random Umbra consumable card, please. Maybe it'll be a Space Prism. Packed morsels. I've got 2 of these already. And I actually don't have room for all of the morsels. Alright, let's try a Stygian consumable. Bone Dog's Favor. Unplayable. But if it's in the end of our, if it's in our hand at the end of the turn, we restore 5 pyre health. That's adorable, and I'm taking it. Brain collapses under its own weight. Fly, Spirit Game. Wants a dad joke. You know, you should never invite a train over for dinner. All you'll hear is chug 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 and a chew chew. It's very rude. Do I dupe it? Double dog? I double dog dare you. I'm actually pretty cool with a second offering token. We have 3 offering cards in the deck. And it counts as an incant, and it counts towards our Winged Steel or whatever. Yeah, I'm gonna dupe that. Was that correct? I don't know. I'm not actually an expert at this, by the way. So take all of my decisions with a grain of salt. Very much still figuring this game out. Alright, so Daedalus here will be dropping bombs all over the train. Very rude. Set up on the bottom, I guess. Guess I'm discarding that. Done that in a different order. Oh well. Figure it out. Some Tumbra Assault. Probably want the shark on the bottom and these guys in the middle, now that I think about it a little bit more. That's okay. We can absorb bomb fire with our morsels? Question mark. So that does give him and can bonuses too. Mildly annoying. So 2 morsels in front will absorb all the damage. Okay. Oh, and I can Crypt Builder you. Boop. Excellent. Means I no longer need to sacrifice 2 morsels. Only 1. Actually, you've got damage shield, so you won't even take the hit. Well, let's feed you both morsels then. The Revenge Shark inflicts Frostbite, which is like damage over time, to all enemies on the floor when it takes damage. Shield, yeah. Put a Train Steward in front here, I suppose. That way the morsels can do a little bit of damage. To 2 to the fire. Just get devoured. I'm supposed to use a morsel in front of the shark. Well, doesn't matter too much. Telling me I can play them all? As long as I don't care about what happens on the top floor, sounds good to me. Bone Dog! So cute! So that'll do a little bit of fire damage, too. Although the Bone Dog has us covered. It's okay to let occasional units get through if they're not doing a whole lot. We're not optimizing for score or anything. At least that's the hope. You look like you need lifesteal. Look like you need a bomb. Blocker. Person, man. Actually, we can silence the bomb. Even better. Even better. Okay, that's... gets kind of close to killing Daedalus. Maybe not. Must spam and can't. Okay, so we'll absorb 1 hit from Daedalus, which will do at least another 50 or so damage. By putting a morsel in front, And that turns it into a win. Perfect. Just tanky enough for the bosses here. Very good. Hey, Bossborn! Not likely to play any Spire today, but there will definitely be some more tomorrow. Thinking about playing Monster Train for the start of stream, and perhaps looking into... perhaps looking into some Griftlands for the second half of stream, since I believe that did just get its Steam release. Fire Rage 4, Multi-Strike 1, Ember Drain 4. Really buffs up a unit, turns them into a powerhouse, but at the cost of all of our energy. Harness the Titan could make all of our spells in hand have more spell power. A little bit useful. Or Sap and Frostbite. The Spike of the Stygian's pretty good. Griftlands. Let me spell it out for you. It's a little hard to... There. I tried the demo of Ring of Pain. I have not. Haven't heard of that game, actually. I'm going to try the Furnace Tap here. I think we'll struggle to use it sometimes. Hey, Maniac. You found morsel builds very effective, especially if you put a morsel master and a morsel maker behind something with Gorge. Yeah, my first win with Stygian was with or not Stygian, with Umbra was with the Overgorger. We got one early, and well, we just fed it a lot. It became very hungry. Is it too late to take this? I'm not sure. Not visiting a Merchant of Steel anytime soon, right? They go Unstable Vortex, Herzl's Horde, Pyromans. And then here... we could Merchants of Steel here. Races are so hard in this game. Definitely don't want a Morsel Master. We don't have capacity for it. Speaking of, what am I going to take between capacity, energy, and card draw? Feels like I want more card draw. But capacity would be really nice as well. Still says early access, but it's a June 14 release date. Yes! So officially what happened is that Griftlands launched into early access, because what we were seeing earlier was pre-early access, the alpha. So and now that it's on Steam, which it wasn't before, they're officially starting their early access period, which I think is going to last for a year or two. Something like that. Early access, that's right. Take a little more card draw. Although I could see any of the three actually being good there. And yes, if you have Griftlands on the Epic Game Store, you can get a free copy on Steam, which I have already made sure to do myself, so I can have the Steam version. Chance to apply daze when units enter the train is really nice. Concussive Coals, or like Shuriken but for magic. It's okay. I like the Coals. Not thrilled with that, ultimately. Gonna say no to Train Stewards, because they are stinky, and they are not spells, more importantly. I think we want to go Conduit 2 over Chillwind, question mark. Chillwind's pretty nice. Applying Frostbite from behind our tank would be very good against bosses. -2 would only be affecting our 3-cost stuff. We have no 2-cost damaging spells. Furnace Tap is non-damaging. Also improves our damage a fair bit and 1 point of health. So nice. Bone Doggy's the rarest card in the game, and you have still never seen it. Wow. I'll do my best. Get the Golden Doggo. So you are dazed. Got him. I'm doing the wrong-ish order here. Wrong-ish order here. Doing some damage. I'm gonna put the Magma Morsel on top just so that I can kill the thingy if it shows up. That thing. Well, Shork has it covered. Boop. Stinky morsels. They wanted to put one in front to absorb the hits. Not much. Oh, I had another cracked morsels too. We'll save that. We'll save that. Hey, they all got dazed. That's convenient. Is it time to furnace tap? Might be. It might be. Absolutely might be. Take Shork some health there. Cool. The Rubble Morsel will give us at least one energy to use next turn, I think. Nice. Although, no! Not nice. Okay, they're both gonna die. Good. So we'll have actual energy next turn as the Ember Drain starts to wear off. No, I won't. Never mind. No, I won't. I don't get much of a turn there. Well, that is, I think, okay. Could have kept my silence token, though. Yeah, the dog is a super rare chance from one of the events in the game, I suppose. But I can't get to these guys in the back is a problem here. Lifesteal will help? Yes, definitely. Oh, that alone was enough to change it to killing the boss. Alright, well, that's cool. Good times? Good times. So the multi-attack given to us by that very angry-looking card. What is it? Furnace Tap. Definitely the difference maker here against this boss. Fireworks got the dog in one of your first runs. Well, look at Mr. Lucky over here. Slice and dice. Boon of the Blacksmith will make our Pyre do more damage. That's decent enough. Dazed 1 to enemy units, discard your hand, consume apply Frostbite, or apply Frozen to a card in our hand, letting us retain it. Is the Iron Oath a game on my radar at all? Old school tactical RPG with a few notes of particular interest. Iron Oath. That is old school looking. I don't think that was indeed on my radar at all until right now. Cool. Crystalline Seeds is nice with what we're doing. Frenzied Swarm can be awkward with Winged Steel. I'm gonna take the seeds here for a little bit of Frostbite. Now this I like. Excavation Eruption, deal 20 damage to a random enemy unit 4 times. And if it kills anybody, gain 2 energy. Perfect. Perfect. And it's high time we went to the Merchant of Magic to get some of this stuff upgraded. Remove Consume. Reusable Furnace Tap? It's an interesting idea. It's a very interesting idea. Infinite Ember Drain. As intended. Make this a bit cheaper as a 4-cost spell. Do I actually want to do that? Reusable Crystalline Seeds could be nice. No Ember Drain if we use it on a morsel. That's true. Wait, hold on. It doesn't feed the bonuses to the guy who eats it though, does it? Really cool art, actually. Does not. Okay. Didn't think so. I'm gonna do that anyway. That seems awkward to play, but I kind of want it. Hold over Furnace Tap for 3 energy. Brilliant. Hold over on the dog is a thing, right? 5 fire health per turn won't save us from Seraph. But would mean I could just let units past, and I can focus entirely on my boss killing. Requires me to play it, but it lets me upgrade it. Why would it lie to me like that? If I can put the upgrade on it, it should do something. I think maybe hold over Excavation Eruption would be alright. Actually, I think it'd be really good. Permafrost would work. Ah. I see. Upgrade. The other Entumber Assault? Yeah, I just want both the Entumber Assaults to be able to, like, target anything and kill it. $150 gold if I'm willing to deal with stuff on every floor. We have higher healing and we're at full health, so yes. Some of them are dazed. Yeah, so these three we can just let go to the pyre. We'll heal off the damage very quickly. No problem at all. More souls. Should just put these guys down here. Want to leave room for the choo-choo, for the shark though. I believe is guaranteed to show up next turn, if I understand correctly. Harvest the Umbra Killer, yeah. These guys gain armor every time they are, damaged. Infantry, won't do anything if they are all dazed. Noted. So noted. We can silence him, though. Oh, I probably should have frostbit here. I'll silence you. And we can use Titan's Tooth to get our money. Perfect. Suddenly, everything was good. I've made mistakes. Or just give him more armor, it's fine. It's fine. Damage for random enemy unit 4 times. We can dunk him with Excavation Eruption if we want to. Actually, dunk you with that too. Obliterate. Obliterate. Easy peasy. Yeah, no, Dex, we found out the hard way that silencing the collector does not work out in our favor. Whoops. Lesson learned. Okay, that only killed one of them. Oddly annoying. Oh, holdover does work like that. I was told that holdover doesn't go on top of your deck until the next turn, but no, it goes right back on top. So we can play this again. Doing no damage. That's not quite what I wanted. Whoops. So, the offering token's gonna draw... Wait. What? Did I just randomly redraw it last time? Is that what happened? I'm so confused. What do you mean? I don't understand. Pyre does 45, so it'll die in one hit. Only does 6 pyre damage. Okay, so I did get it back randomly last time. I understand. I understand. tricky. Very tricky. Oh no, discard that. Okay, we have not done enough damage. That's unfortunate. Looks like we did enough that we're not going to lose, though. We're just going to take some fire damage, which the doggo will help with. So we can play the Titan's Tooth. Then we take quite a bit of damage. Alright. Can't really fly. Unfortunate. So do we live this? Yes. Barely. We barely live that. Please assist, doggo. Spell weakness 2 could be nice. Ice Storm hitting randomly 5 times could be nice. Go with the spell weakness, I think. Engorged if it had been eaten 2x times. Damage shield 1 to friendly units. I don't think so. Want the opposite. Less energy, more capacity or something. Or something. What am I trying to do? We have to beat Fell next floor? That's going to be really hard to do. Need, like, the correct artifact. Or something. Boon's Caverns. Merchant of Magic. I gotta go for the Herzl's Horde. Could dupe the doggo to try to buy herself a little bit of time. I could see duping, actually, Excavation Eruption would be really good as a dupe right now. Yeah, I think that'd be really good. The 20 fire health seems reasonable. Give me double incant. Plus 2 on the middle floor. Capacity I like. Mine Jacks. We don't have any way to move enemies between floors, so I guess that's what we're taking. And that would actually let me dupe the Siren of the Sea if I wanted. And set up in the middle here. Let's see if this works. Those Ultimate Penance cards, you know I love them. Put that off for now. I've changed my mind. Dupe the doggo 5 times. I like it. That's what you get for revealing your cat ion. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, there's the friggin' Titan's Tooth that I wanted. No! Debating whether I play the Furnace Tap. I think we do yet. Get 2 of those stupid Weight of Contritions added to the deck. Stinky. So stinky. So we just want to be stacking incant bonuses on these two as much as possible, basically. Wanted to silence that guy on the bottom. No, he's died. Oh, nice. Perfect. Let's use the Excavation Eruption... down here? An Urchin Spine's Excavation Eruption? Or we can put Urchin Spines on Fell. Let's do it like this. Let's wipe out that very difficult floor there. Too many morsels. Actually need these. But I have them. Titan's Tooth. It is definitely time to play Furnace Tap now. Definitely time to do that. Really want it on the one in the back, even though the one in the back is doing less damage. The one in the back will survive for a lot longer. Let's do it on that one. Unfortunately, don't get to play a whole lot of cards here, because I have no energy this turn. Seem a little counterproductive to what we're doing. But might be a good reason to get Conduit 3 or something, so that we can play even while Ember Drain is in effect. Oof. So I'm taking 5 fire damage. Big oof. Ooh, we might actually die now. I cannot do anything. Just discard them. It's the same. It's actually solving the problem, right? Let's see. We're gonna do like what? 300 damage to Fel here? 500. Okay, that's a little bit better. And I can reapply Furnace Tab. We can even put a Titan Sentry in front. Actually, that'd be a big difference maker. It's gotta be better than playing Furnace Tab. Truly. That'll apply she's got 10 times 2, she'll apply 12 Frostbite to herself and take an additional, like, 200 damage. Whereas this is gonna... yeah, it's gonna be better. Okay, so we do a lot, but not enough. that's where this run's gonna end. Oh, Revenge doesn't proc on the Killing Blow. I did not know that. Huh. That's news to me. Furnace would have been more, you think, huh? I don't think either would have been enough, though, right? No, we had a problem with deck building here. GG. GG, let's try another one. Try another one. There were some ideas with that one, but they didn't quite come together. Rip in pieces at Duggo. Rage 3 or more health. I think 3 health? And I love the Frostbite version of Tethys, so I'm gonna lean into that this time. Love that this applies bonus health to the hero, too. Matters so much for the weaker guys. Into the back. Like to draw some fireballs next turn to deal with these arrow fellows. Perfect. Also perfect. Got a flawless first combat. Got the bounty and we didn't take any damage. It's been a while. Since that has happened. More Frostbite. I like Flash Freeze quite a bit here. Works nicely with the Mollusk Mage. Works good with our hero. So one of our Covenant modifiers is the Covenant 20 mod, specifically gives you -1 pip on a random floor. So at the start of each combat you'll see an animation hitting one of our floors, and that's the one that'll have less space than usual. Some decent AoE with Vent. Molten Imp for decent AoE also. In the form of a summoned creature. I think a Molten Imp, actually. What do I think about it? Always pick memes as a strategy. I like it. I like that. Offering Monument. I don't think that's what we want. We want something beefy to sit in the front row. The Range Brute is, like, not the ideal way to do that, but is the best of these options. We play spells on the floor with the Offering Monument, we draw a card, and it loses 5 health. Let's try the Brute. See how that goes for us. And I definitely want Merchant of Steel here. Alpha Fiend, that's more along the lines of what I was thinking. Actually, he is less tanky and bigger than the Range Brutes. But Ranged Brute combos with Branded Warrior in a nice way, so let's pick up both of them. See what we can do. Ooh, multi-strike Branded Warrior. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. I can buy one more of these. Chunker Stone on the Deranged Brute, because I expect he'll be in the front. Okay. Interesting. $75? Like, okay. I have a Molten Imp. Alright. We'll try it. And I think the creatures we just added are strong enough that they should be able to clear this fight pretty easily. Oh, hell. Not if I draw like this, though. Damn it. Set up like this. These three gotta reach the pyre and do 9. I'll make him angrier? Sure. Perfect. So we're up to 46 times 2 on the Branded Warrior here, because he's getting bonus rage damage per stack. Seems pretty good. And the P is silent. How's it going, Miasma W? Neep, neep, and all that. Let's say you and me leave the minions behind, sir. That's more like it. Wow. Oh, he got dunked. Alright, so we're doing rage things, I guess. And frostbite things? I'm not really sure. Another flash freeze. Double the amount of rage on friendly units. Okay. We'll take a last stand here. I'm gonna struggle to play that, but that definitely helps us get angry. In a good way. It's... Agenda Magic feels better. Like to get some cost reductions into the deck. Like to have a good Hellvent target. Infinite Rage. It's a shame double stack doesn't work on last stand. Well, stack on a flash freeze could be pretty good though. Playing... Oh yeah, debuff Seraph. Damn it. Hate having to think about the last boss. Just let me build my deck in peace, dang it. That's all I want. Just want another Ember Stone here. Torch thing. That double cheap. Make a hidden passage free. Oh. Go back to the merchant. I want to do that? Maybe. I'm gonna have a hard time affording it if I do. Gonna have a really hard time affording it if I do. A snacky eye. Wouldn't that be nice? Alright, we'll do it. We'll get the snacky eye. Snacky-doo. On brute. Damage the front unit when it dies. How rude. I want to be overstacking a floor if I can. So setting up on the middle-ish seems like the most reasonable approach most of the time. Get him. Yeah, we have 21 and 17 rage. Let's double it. Angry. So angry. Boop. Or Frost Effigy would double all thingamajiggies. I've not actually tried out Siren Song. Ascend all enemy units on the top floor and apply Dazed 3, that your pyre can kill them. Could reasonably be skip. Don't think Hoarfrost Effigy is good here, even though we are doing Frostbite stuff. Not quite what we're looking for. It's good here. Last time I took one, we just, like, never were able to play it. Let's take the 10 gold. Beefy boy. Wouldn't mind a Demon Fiend one bit, actually. Can I take energy or something? Hey, Shayland, looking small. I mean, I'm a little on the small side at the moment. Become extra large. There we go. A bit more medium Baylord. I'll take that Demon Fiend and the energy. That's the way I'm feeling here. 2, it's okay. Interesting idea. Nameless Siren. And can't gain rage. Say no, though. Duplicate our... I almost want to duplicate Hidden Passage here, so that we can overstack floors more easily. Get myself dunked, aren't I? Oh yeah. Could dupe the rage thingy. We could. That is pretty wild. Will it be a... I foresee a problem where we end up being unable to play all the cards we need, but we'll see how it goes. See how it goes. For sure. See, now I can't play the Branded Warrior because he'll die. Put him on the top floor, I guess. I see this going poorly. At the moment. That guy. Hey, Frispies! Oh, you're so welcome! Congrats on getting past A7 and A10 there. Can we just grab the relic that puts 4 of our creatures on the middle floor? That's kind of the hope, but then we will lose to Seraph the Chaste. Gonna be a bit of a problem. We're having problems here. Figuring out where we belong. Yeah, we lose this guy unavoidably. The front and back matters so much. Ooh, yeah, we're just never going to be able to draw the cards in the right order. It's no good. Is no good. As long as we have any kind of wall in front of our champion, though, we're okay. So if we could ascend Tethys here next turn, there's salvation for us. Damn it. Well, that's not good. Alright, let's try that again. Just too fancy, that one. Way too fancy. Mine Collapse, Steel Enhancer, Grovel? Okay, this I can truck with. 2 Welder Helpers, 2 Glimmers, and a Pyre Chomper. So we got a few imps to work with. Let's see what our starter artifact is. Ooh, X+3 or friendly units enter with armor 5. A lot of armor. There's a lot of armor. I really like the first Hell Pact. I'm gonna greedily take it here. And I've been enjoying the Wrathful version of the Hornbreaker Prince. Gains armor when he kills a unit, gains gains rage when he takes damage. 2 Glimmers, I will definitely yeah, Battering Ram deck written all over, right? So much armor. Keep our eyes peeled. Dude. Most rude. Extremely most rude. Just having a little bit of healing for our own units is kind of nice, too. A little bit more damage there. Doesn't matter. $11 fire damage in the first fight. Definitely more than I would have liked. But not too bad. Not too bad. Ascending. Let's see a world where I want to ascend. Let's see, we're fighting the Spell Devour Seraph. Okay. It's good to know. Take a hidden passage. I like Vine Grasp a little bit, although I have 4 torches doing the same job mostly. Sting? Sting ever wrong? The answer is yes, sometimes, but maybe not now. Vine Grasp giving us some control of our own unit's movement is pretty cool, though, yeah? Let's see. Money and Merchant of Magic. No, we gotta get some units upgraded, right? I'd like to get the artifact next floor. Hollow. I only want Hornbreaker Prince in front. Take Anubis of Speed for that reason. Horned Hollow is so beefy, though. Transcendent works with Thorned Hollow. that how that works? That sounds amazing if so. Become beefy. My child. I guess the Hornbreaker Prince doesn't need to be in front. He just needs to be killing stuff, right? I guess for the revenge he does. Have an endless imp here. Endless welder helper is an interesting idea. Not the kind of imp I would want to have endless on, but somewhat useful. Because it's not like for the welder helper that I can sacrifice. Oh, I could torch him though. Compelling arguments. Quick. Don't use that at all. What do I want on this Thorn Hollow anyway? No idea. Guess let's just give him what we're being offered here. I'll put a strength stone on somebody? While we're here. Let's actually remove a train steward too. Get ahead of that. Makes 3. I can deal with that. Spike kills trigger slay effects, that's right. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Where's all the healing at? That's what I want to know. Cool. Already cleaning the house. Perfect. Wow, this Thorn Hollow is very effective with a little bit of healing in the deck. That went well. Too easy for the Thorn Boy. Does X cost on it? Probably want it. 2x plus 3? Like, honestly, Vent doesn't even, like, benefit that much. But whatever. I like Ensnare here. Apply Rooted 1 to an enemy unit. And then draw an additional card next turn, preventing the next time that enemy unit would move between floors. Bosses are immune. However... Summon abilities trigger 1 extra time. Gain 80 max health. Or plus 4 stacks of armor each time it's applied, too, could be potentially good. Makes the Welder Helpers better. Makes the Slay effect on our Hornbreaker Prince better. We would need the thing that heals to full, but double summon is definitely hilarious here. Actually, it's better than the... Yeah, give me that. All imps all day, let's go. +3. Petty theft is good, but with the first hell pact, we'll take the honesty here, since it's an XCOS card. It'll give us some money. That seems pretty good. Will it be good enough to beat Daedalus? Who knows? Who knows? Nobody knows. These guys on different floors, maybe? I don't think so. But maybe it's correct. They have no other big units, right? Duckify. Very rude. Fine. Just not doing enough damage to keep up with everything at the moment. It's not good. Definitely not good. Let's send the boss into the fire room. Not quite. Not how it works, unfortunately. We can, the bomb, rather. Yeah, we can do that. Not something I care to do again. Did learn that lesson the hard way. Very much so. Have some armor. Let's stay right where you are. Not even close to enough damage to Daedalus here. Does not bode well. Does not bode well at all. He's got us. Let's see. We can torch you, get more armor. This is the only floor where any kind of stand is going to work at all. And even then, not really. Yeah, definitely felt like we lost that one because of having two big frontline units, one behind the other. Was not helpful to us at all. GG. That combination of the hero and the green creature did not work whatsoever. Give it one more shot. At least. More armor. So same color combo as last time. Can I make it work this time? Ooh, demon units get multi-strike 1. Gurg's Goad. Hey. I will definitely take that. Definitely take that. I think I'm going to take the multi-strike version of our hero, too. Although, the ideal is going to be to have demon units behind the prince. Give the Wrathful version another shot here. You get the turn purge into consume relic if you keep it. I think that's a different event that you're thinking about. Do the do. Yeah, unit draft is really important with the Gurg's Code, so I'm willing to take about 20 pyre damage to make this happen. It might go badly though. Armor 10 is definitely not something we're actually equipped to deal with at all here. Happens sometimes that you miss the collector, nothing you can do about it. A little bit annoying when it happens, but oh well.
Of support, we are extremely
Small Minds,
impressed.
thank you so much for the 4 months. The tier 1 sub. Very, very appreciated. Oh, we're taking a ton of pyre damage here. Well, that's not good. Ten armor's brutal on the first floor, I guess. Big yikes. There's our 20. How much more will I take? That's the important question. Probably quite a bit. Okay. That's about the worst first floor I've ever had. I was wondering briefly if it was possible to die on the first floor if you take a challenge that you just don't have a starting deck for. The answer is probably. Probably. Ascend. Give me a demon unit, please. None of these are demon units. That's a demon unit. Armor 25, multi-strike 1. When it hits a unit, push it to the back. Not the best one, but I'll take it. I have, like, no money for this Merchant of Steel, but I just want another demon. He's so big! We're not going to be able to play him for a long time, though, right? So I might have to take the Alpha Fiend. Actually, Alpha Fiend with multi-strike's great, because since it gives itself power every time it strikes, the multi-striking makes it very good. Want, like a Rail Beater Alpha Fiend on a floor? Let's make him chunky. Or we can make the Alpha Fiend chunky. I mean, ideally we're putting... Put it this way. Ideally we're putting the hero in front, I think. We should be capable of dealing with this now. And again, a unit draft is another chance at a demon. It's currently the goal. Get lots of demons. Will it work? Maybe. Big maybe. Nope. So the boss might come in before I ever get a chance to draw that Ascend. That's interesting. That's a sweeper boss, that's right. Shouldn't be too bad. Shouldn't be too bad. Wow. He does not have enough power to kill stuff. I'm noting that. I'm noting that. I don't have the space for any imps here or anything. Razor Sharp Edge could be nice on one of our demons. Sure, I'll try that. The second chance at the Demon Fiends, I'll take him. In the hopes that we can play him at some point. Not necessarily going to, just gonna try to hope. First time each turn a friendly unit is healed, draw one. Interesting. Sure, we'll take the Zap Tap. Seems unlikely that I'm going to get spells heavily upgraded in the near future. Mercy! Get an upgraded unit later? Oh, heck yeah. Doesn't this eventually upgrade to cost 0 or something? So let's remove this big demon fiend that we added that we can't afford. And it'll come back later in upgraded form. It's gonna work out pretty well. It's random? Okay. Well, we'll see what happens to it. We'll see what happens to it. If we get that far, which we might not get past Daedalus here. We'll see. He'll come back with Burnout 3. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's just keep the prince out of the way for now. Oh, because the rail beater pushes her to the back. Interesting. Why are we killing both the back line but not the front line? Yes, rail beater. Get killed. Two fortifies are nice for keeping topped up here. Good news is I think we do beat Daedalus. It's exciting. It's using heal spell, but not actually restoring health. Draw a card. Yes. Yes, it does. That's pretty cool. In the back just hits so hard with the multi-strike. 73 times 2. Good stuff, good stuff. There's Transcendent. We wanted to see that last time. Restore a unit to full health and then swap its damage and health. Be really good on Rail Beater, I suppose. Don't know about that. We don't have any rage. We don't have any summon effects, so it's either an adaptive mutation or skip are the choices. It looked like a skip. Second Rail Beater or a Demon Fiends? Again. That we can't play reasonably. Although I could increase my energy so that I could try to play it. We also have the Pirate Chomper to put it in play sometime. Oh, nice Neck. Sure, with a little bit more trying, you'll be able to get there. Free Streak is pretty cool. The Sweep of Value. Does adaptive mutation work on enemies? That is not something I'd thought to do, even though I've got there's a lot of cards in this deck that are in this game, excuse me, like Razor Sharp Edge, that have different uses if used on enemies or friends. But that one didn't occur to me to even try. Pick a Rail Beater, and I'm gonna go for Capacity, so that we can jam all these demons into the same room. Or at least try. I want to go to this Merchant of Steel, although, oh man, that's so tempting. But I need beefier units. Need removals, most of all. Need removals, most of all. Third Rail Beater. This guy's not bad with multi-strike either. Wrong to have a ton of these guys? I don't think so. Magic Power and Consume. It's nice to slap on Glimmer. Or make a torch just kill something. Yeah, so you can't hit the guy you're supposed to kill. That is a problem when that starts to happen. Definitely a problem. We're gonna go to the Merchant of Steel next floor. Plus 10 damage and plus 10 armor. It gets this lay. 34 damage? Interesting. Or Wrathful 2. Thank you. Let's see how this goes for us. 150. Stinky sycophants. I'll do it. For 150 gold, I'll do it. Despite my deepest regrets. Actually, this looks fine, right? If we ascend our own rail beater, we'll be able to kill the collector here and get 75 gold. We could have ascended the collector. Does that work too? It just puts him into the pyre room? That's hilarious. I like that a lot. Who kills? Armor 10. Every spell? That's a little bit much, don't you think? Is it a consecutive wins challenge like the Spire Ladder challenge? No, Jotunborn. Not nearly good enough at the game yet to tackle something like that. Just unlocking and climbing through the difficulty levels. Too fancy to it. So my approach here seems to be utilizing the logic that things better if I just have good units on every floor. That'd be true. Perfect. Alpha Fiend, though. Punch so hard. I love Inferno, but we have, a lot of units on a lot of floors, so I think Inferno would be really hard to play. Hey, Despot! Phew, was it a hot one today? Our runs today have been mostly defeated. Haven't gotten anything off the ground yet, but this one seems pretty promising with our multi-striking demons. Inferno's just like a nice emergency card, though. I'd like to have one of them. Ooh, Invigorating Solution. Draw +3 next turn. Almost never wrong to take that. And it's time to be offered our other demon back. Heaven's Aid. Extinguish, deal 20 damage to the front enemy unit? That's useless. Alright, well, you can hold on to it. For now. Give it back to me when it's good. Oh, my physical runs! Understood. I got out for a mile run this morning, and that was really good. That was really good. I've been working on being able to run a mile in a row without stopping, which is something that for most of my life I haven't been able to do, but I've recently acquired the ability. I'm quite happy with it. It's been... I'm down a few pounds since the start of the month as well, which is making me feel really good about both my body and the efforts I'm taking to take care of it. Let's see, floor 5, still plenty of room for petty theft to be good. Sure. $56 damage for 5 health. Now that's a trade I'd like to make. Fizzy told you shouldn't run. That's probably good advice if they're giving it. There's a lot of different things you can have that makes exercise dangerous in some way, but pretty much no matter what your body condition, there's something you can do, some kind of movement or exercise, right? CrossFit, there you go. J40, you're down 49 pounds since lockdown. 3 cheers for getting healthy. Heck yeah. That's a truly awesome amount of weight. You stick with it, you'll be surprised how far you can go. So far, I've just keep ending up in the same place that I started at, but maybe someday... maybe someday I'll get somewhere. It's 10. Let's just make you a little... Actually, a quick 40 times 2 Horned Warrior sounds really nice. Big stone. 15 times 2. Do I make a big chunker rail beater for the front line? I think so. Put range 7 on the Alpha Fiend. No. Put that on one of the rail beaters. No, never mind. Big Imp or Riots. The rioting commence. Riot it is. God, they've got sweep. And this is not enough damage. Ew. So you would just, actually, you just die, right? Well, that's sticky. Not the broom enemies. Oh no. Don't talk to me or my son ever again. Kind of confusing who's taking damage here. Okay, so you're gonna kill this guy next turn? That's a big problem. I'm gonna put a 5 armor on him so that he survives a sweep hit, if it comes to that. Blah. Oh, you're not surviving a hit, though. Means they're both dying? Oh no. Well, I guess I wipe this floor, then. Alright. That probably doesn't let us win against the boss. The big unfortunates. Oh, this only works on enemies. 220, yeah. Dang it. Just keep falling apart. Just keep falling apart. Gee. Should have made the big imp. I know, right? So I keep... we're tending to fail around the middle, and it feels like I just cannot find pieces that are working together. And I can't tell if that's my own inexperience talking or not. Keep trying stuff. Blue-green, 2 flash freezes. Seraph devouring spells, okay. But not the version of Seraph we ever fight matters here. Like the Split Anvil. Although we only have 1-cost spells. Whenever you play a spell, spells in hand that cost less are reduced to 0 for the turn, or make enemies dazed when they enter the room below the pyre room. Problem is not listening to chat more. I see. I understand. Of course. Of course. Take sweep here so we get frostbite at the midway point. What do you think? That how that works? Is that guaranteed? Or would I be offered Totem 2 versus Conduit? Potentially. So much the game doesn't tell you. Hate not taking the challenges, and I hate taking the challenges. It's a weird dilemma. Strange dilemma. Yeah, we daze them all so that we can kill them with sweep. The cash. So many of them. Freezing the boss does wonders. Stabbing the nerds does wonders. 4 stacks of spell weakness makes for a pretty good frozen lance. And the pyre will finish the job. One out of 25 on the blue boys. Wow. It feels like there's like kind of an intuitive understanding that you get. I'm going to take Ice Tornado because of the split anvil here. There's an intuitive understanding you get for like different clans. And some of them click and you win with them, some of them don't and you don't. All of these feel like they make the deck a lot worse. I feel like my sense of evaluations is also off. Tick with Names goes on streaks of both winning and losing. Why not? How do we actually, like, kill stuff? Like going to a Merchant of Steel. Getting units is probably a good idea. Street card one way or another. Gonna get you. Get you. I don't have a lot of, like, valuable upgrades from the Merchant of Magic. Be a Stygian unit. Sweep or sweep? I mean, I think Frostbite. Again, should have looked at the upgrades first, though. But I think if I make her quick with plus 10 damage, she can do a lot of work for us. Although maybe rerolling for a large stone is the right... I can't afford a large stone if I reroll. Just try that. Let's just try that. Is it ever worth upgrading just like a train steward? Find out. Upgrades are so cheap. Might as well. Spikes 3 with my sweepers? Absolutely not. No, that would ruin me. That would be bad. Bad times. Very bad times. Nice fighting, nerd. Okay, more Frostbite and another thing to activate our anvil with. Helical Crystals could be good too. Take the Titan's Tooth. None of these feel like they are good. Although, like Razor Sharp Edge on Cold Celia could be alright. little bit more damage. Take the money. Just take the money. Ooh, I love Infused Mallet. 25% chance to deal 5 damage when an enemy unit enters the train. So good at just picking off the little guys here and there. Good at getting collectors, too. We've skipped several stings. Making them 15 damage and piercing might have been nice, but not get there. Strike, sweep. There's no way I'm going to be able to effectively use either of these. Although I could if the Animus of Will got some upgrades on it. No Merchant of Steel coming up for several floors, though, so I cannot make use of this creature. At least that is my belief. A Stygian Guard consumable. Yes. Take Crystalline Seeds. Brain Collapse. Was a workhorse free at low ascension? I don't think I ever encountered it in a situation where I thought it was going to be good. I totally see where it can be useful. Like, a large stone on Animus of Will seems incredible. Get hammered, nerd. Get hammered. It's a double hammered. Just keep stacking Frostbite on Daedalus here. Oops. That to both be on the Cold Celia, but whatever. That sounds about right, Power Potato. You can do a similar thing in Slay the Spire. If the idea or notion bothers you, it's always something that you don't have to employ. Personally, I find it in the spirit of roguelites to accept the licks when you're given them. Take out the punishment. It's doled to you. We're currently bad at the beefy units. So we would like an answer to beefy units. Ice Tornado is an answer to these beefy units. Good stuff. End up with like quite a bit of Frostbite on Daedalus here. I can daze him, but that's not going to matter, right? Oh, that's correct. Oh, we win. Gee. Skirting the edge here. Oh, I love Gifts for a Guard. Draw 3 spells and enhance them with Consume, plus 20 magic power at 0 cost. I really like this spell, and it works with the Anvil, too. Stinky Channel Song. It seems so good, but it's not. If we could land it on the Cold Celia, it'd be amazing, but it's just never going to happen. Ooh, I like Guard of the Unnamed, though. You can't gain armor 3. If we play a spell, gain 3 armor. Clear. Feels like we want more card draw. So that we can make better use of our anvil here. Yeah, Channel Song needs a bottle lightning, exactly. But there is no bottle lightning in Monster Train, so it's like, eh. Kinda whatever. Oh, I definitely want to go over here this way. So looking for a couple good units. Guard of the Unnamed is an okay tank. Is that multi-strength 2 again? I just have no way to buff this thing right now, it's just so stinky. So stinky. No train stewards either. Being consumed from crystalline seeds is an interesting option. Gonna make anything cheaper, it would be nothing, I think. Interesting. I don't want to make any of my spells cheaper? That's a weird thing to say. Channel Song gets unit from the discard? I think so, but only if there's nothing in the draw pile. Yeah, exactly. Potentially kill your own endless unit to put it back into the deck so you could draw it with a Channel Song. Pretty glorious. Yeah, we have the Anvil, right? So, like, making... I guess making Ice Tornado cheaper is somewhat a thing, but we don't want to make 1-cost stuff into 0-cost stuff, necessarily. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. We don't want to make 2-cost stuff into 1-cost stuff, that's for sure. We don't want to upgrade gifts to the card. Removing Consume off the crystalline seeds is pretty reasonable. Double stacking it would have been good too. Okay, and there's the Chill Wind. So we got Sweep Frostbite on our hero as well. And now we're getting somewhere? Six damage is going to be really hard to deal with. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Got Quick Sweep. And we got the hammer too. So I could play Titan's Tooth and everything else, or I can play Gigargo to the Unnamed. I think I'd rather do. I'd like to give him some armor, but I'd like to weaken you. Oh, because I discarded Titan's Tooth. I understand. I was very confused for a second. So Ice Tornado will make everything in my hand free because of the Split Anvil. And that's pretty cool. Although none of those do anything. Well, we can give you a lot of armor, at least. have a good plan for these big guys. Other than playing Gifts for the Guard over and over and over again. Which I am down for. Down for it. Nice. Flash freeze, discard my hands. Boss went a lot better than I thought I was going to. We stacked up to like 50 Frostbite. Pretty good. Okay, okay. We're getting somewhere. More Frostbite with the Glacial Seal. And Can't Apply Frostbite 2 is definitely a favorite of mine. Definitely a favorite of mine. Big Glacial Seal. Full health. Descend the unit, restore 10 health, or damage based on spikes. No thanks. No thanks. Caverns Hellvent or another Merchant of Magic. Definitely more stuff we could do at a Merchant of Magic that would be very good for us. If I was gonna dupe something, it would be maybe Crystalline Seeds. Gifts for a Guard? That'd be risky to dupe, I think. Definitely gonna go Vortex, Horde, and Merchant of Steel next turn. Holdover on Frenzied Swarm, right? Seriously. There it is. Deal. Gifts for a Guard holdover. Destroy your entire deck. Immediately. Got a double stack Titan's Tooth too. That feels extra good. Get these restores out of the deck. Actually, the restoration detonations are even worse. All these healing cards are useless to me. You again. Spell Shield 2, huh? Sounds relatively yikes. Let's try it. Ancient Hate. That on the top. If I put it on the bottom, it just dies. Pretty uselessly. Here's Cold Celia. Good work. Nice. Frenzied Swarm, Titan's Tooth. This goes through shield, right? much armor did he just gain? Excuse me? All the armor. So much armor. Just daze everything on the middle floor every single turn. Seems pretty good. Seems extra good. Zah. Only losing 200 currently? Just wait, though. Sure it'll get better? 321. Seven times 5 somehow? Oh, because it was on the floor with a thing that gives it 2 strength. Yikes. Big yikes. Not too bad. I think we'll kill it with relatively little... Actually, it might just kill me. Oh good, the frostbite got it. Yikes! Math is hard. Well, like a Guardian's Amulet, though. Offering applies Sap 3 to enemy units, pairs perfectly with Frostbite. Wildwood Custodian, we can slap on the top floor, draw 1 more each turn. Also kind of our thing. We want to make that double stack, probably. So I said I wanted to go to a Merchant of Steel. Oh yeah, we gotta boost the Guard of the Unnamed at the very minimum. Yeah, that's right. Let's see what you got. Quick. Aren't quite what I had in mind. They're not quite what I had in mind. Summon the second unit during your turn, gain 3 energy, or apply spell weakness 2 to enemies that reach the top floor. Dang. Not what I needed. Do I do the math less often in this game versus Spire? Almost entirely no math. I navigate this game through feeling and intuition far more than any form of calculus. The preview does all the math for me, which is really nice. But there's too many, like, 3-digit numbers and, like, multiplying that you have to do if you want to crunch the numbers in Monster Train. It just doesn't feel worth it to me. Stack Rage on Rector Flicker build is working incredibly well. 300 damage, 375 health? What? That's crazy. Crazy. Venom Fragment's nice, but it only hits things that reach the top floor. Which is, like, rarely happening. Look at the banners. Stinky spells. Large stone. Actually, Heartstone for the Guard of the Unnamed is good. Just a beefier wall. You can make him large. Large and in charge. But then he won't fit. So he won't be large. Eglad. Their sweep opponents coming? Maybe? Maybe. Well, get hammered on, nerds. Thanks for the ultimate penance. See, here I get to play everything because of the banner, so it's doing something, which is really nice. Really appreciate that, actually. Set up on the bottom floor. Seems reasonable. Would you like 20 frostbite? Bet you would. With such big hands, the daze is really nice. Yeah, exactly. Like, Frenzied Swarm will discard both Guardian's Amulet and Titan's Tooth here. Glorious. Glorious, I say. We're ideally getting Frostbite 20 from our hero after this. Rude. Very rude. Yeah. 100 Frostbite's pretty good. Before the Seraph has even entered the choo-choo land. Good stuff. And that holdover daze has been so nice. Got her. Only 56 damage. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. The big oof. Oh man, I can give another Gifts for a Guard or a Wildwood Tome to apply Quick. We can apply Quick to our hero. Ooh, I like that. Although, does it matter if I'm quick if everybody's already stunned? Not really. Spreading spores with Anvil is an interesting idea. Just as a way to counter-consume Seraph, I kind of like it. probably either Gifts of Regard or Spreading Spores here. I like the idea of having something to sacrifice to our Seraph here. And I think I also want the Light of Seraph, a little bit more capacity. We're doing just fine on energy. We've got good card draw, but being able to squeeze the Glacial Seal into our line would be really appreciated. Merchant of Magic Concealed Caverns. Still have some restores I'd like to cut. I'm probably gonna go Hellvent, Merchant of Steel next floor though. They don't mind the heal here. What can a Merchant of Steel do for me though? Basically nothing. Noted. Frostbite 16. Dazed 2? Sap 6 is also very good. So it's one of these three, I'm just not sure which. You double stack the spores? Sap 6 is ridiculously good. Especially against Seraph, who, you know, he's got a ×3 attack, right? And it's not the one who cleanses, so... We'll afford another thingy. Call it a day. For life. Sure. A little bit more pyre damage. That'll help make our life stuff. And we want this to be Frostbite 20. Alright. Spikes 5? I cannot deal with that. I can absolutely not deal with that. That would kill me so hard. Maybe another time, perhaps. Okay, why are you in front? Made a mistake, didn't I? It's like, didn't even realize I wasn't killing this thing. Well, that's unfortunate. Oh, and the death rattles even are super gonna kill me. Uh-oh. Oh no. I should have set up on the second floor. Actually, there's a way to restart a fight, right? Progress in battle will not be saved. Let's actually, like, see what that looks like. Resume. So am I just allowed to restart a fight? Just like in Slay the Spire? Yep. That's good to know. Alright, let's go over here. Just the second floor? Nah, I'm committed now. First floor it is. First floor it is. Yeah, like, definitely a useful way to learn some mechanics, potentially. Or discover some interactions you didn't necessarily know about. I'm gonna learn that the pyre is gonna murder me. Or get murdered. So we can't deal with beefy boys. So they're gonna slip through and kill the pyre, unless I can do something very effective very quickly. That counts. Definitely counts as very effective and very quick. Huzzah! Six. It's a big yikes. This guy gets through. Damn it. So yeah, not so setting up on the bottom was not correct. Setting up on the top is also not correct. I'm curious if going in for the middle would work. I'll try one more time here real quick. Oops. This is a learning experience. Middle means we have to lose the totem, but that's okay. Actually, what if we give for a guard here?
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
So we'll just let this go to the discard pile. Quad Dragon, thank you so much for the 2 months. Finally broke down and replaced your comfy chair this weekend after about 10 years. It's a long and noble service life for a comfy chair. Oh. This is the zero cost one. They are dude, right? You are easier to kill. I can kill you with just a frozen lance, which means we can tornado down here or something. More reasonable. $770 damage Rector Flicker. What? Is too much. Absurdity. Sheer absurdity. Making that consume is not something I'm eager to do. Okay, so this one's a problem right now. It needs to die. Although it's got only 1 health. Or 1 damage because of sap. That is nice. Perfect. So let's make sure you don't get to the top. that rolls over. So this is the revenge damage boss. Yeah. Looks like we're gonna win now. It's not the expected effects. No, we were actually doing less damage to the boss after playing the Ice Tornado because we made it angrier. Kind of unintended effects. Alright, so we've actually made it to Seraph for the first time today. That's good. Feeling good about that. I'm also feeling good about Apply Sap 3 because Sap stacks. And the more of it you can stack, the better it is. Preserved Thorns is a way to combat Seraph the Vigilant. I also like Ensnare a lot, actually. Apply Rooted 1 to an enemy unit, draw 1 additional card next turn. The way that our damage is set up, that'll help a lot. And yeah, third try on this one fight. That's right. That's right. But we learned like just like the difference between bottom, top, or middle on turn 1 there is enormous, right? Completely enormous. I think we want a second Guardian's Amulet with double stack out of the Hell Vent here. Lord Custodian. We probably want to buy a Merchant of Trinkets. Chance to swap the front and back units when they enter the train, 3 magic power, or when a friendly unit is healed, deal damage equal to the front enemy unit equal to the amount we heal. 2 late Lifestone Casing. Winged Indulgence, though, this stacks with Sap. Enemy units get -1 damage. That's solid. It's very solid. Alright, let's see how this goes. We'll try to apply the lessons we've learned. Only one chance here at the Seraph fight. We want to be stacking Frostbite and such on Seraph where available. This is looking like a pretty good turn 1. Or pretty, yeah, we get to summon our dudes on the bottom floor. I think bottom floor is where we want to set up here. Again, giving the Frostbite the most time possible to kick in. This will consume because of Seraph's ability, and I want it to go away. That's a solid start. This guy's gonna be a problem still, of course. We can cram the Glacial Seal in here, which we will. Extra units. Just gonna lose the Ensnare. This will make Spreading Spores free. And I want to sap Seraph. I want to just play the Titan's Tooth, but so that I can get the anvil to make everything free, but that'll consume it. That's awkward. That's awkward. Yeah, we could flash freeze first, then the flash freeze gets consumed. Which is better than the Titan's Tooth getting consumed, I suppose. Double Frozen Lance these two. Are these then the guys... Oh, actually, no, or I'm Titan's Toothing them. That's the other option. Titan's Tooth these two. But we want to hit the stacking on Seraph himself. I need to have an answer for these two. It's tempting to focus on Seraph right now, but I don't think I can. Let's do like this. We'll put some sap on him though. This time I'm going to play Guardian's Amulet down. These two are both dying. Good. We'll lose the Wildwood Custodian. Not a whole lot I can do about that. I mean, I could sap them, but it seems more important to sap down here. Am I really going to regret losing that guy? Probably. Well, I don't think so, actually. It does get consumed, of course, which is the big sad. But we have another one. Push the... Okay, Tornado I'm happy to lose. Tornado I'm happy to lose. Give me some more stuff we consume on it. Okay, Titan's Tooth. Spreading Spores consume is good. Put our Frostbite down. So you'll do 9 to the Pyre, that's fine. I'm gonna Titan's Tooth this floor. Actually, maybe I'm gonna Titan's Tooth... It's free anyway, so I can Titan's Tooth this floor, and then Frenzied Swarm this floor. Okay, you're both dead. You guys look like you could do with more dying. It would still... If we offering it, it will still consume, yes. I've tested that before, I believe. Unless I've totally misunderstood that somehow, which is possible. Yes, get hammered. Fool. Fool. Okay, you are not being die enough. Uh-oh. Those two are both dead. This guy will die. This one, not so much. Perfect. Destroy that. Get 6. Okay, so only one of them will get up and he'll only do 9. What about these two? Uh-oh. Those two are a problem. I have to sap these two. I'd like to sap this floor, I have to sap this floor. It's fine. Yeah, it's the second spell that's played, but the reason that offering had consume on it was from the gifts for a guard. Not from the Seraph effects. Okay, Seraph is here, and he's dead. Oh my god, we beat him! I was not actually expecting to win, admittedly. But we totally get there. We don't have to deal with this crap. Get him! The old Frostbite plus Sap. 0 times 3, because he's got 15 Sap, 112 Frostbite. We dead. This is definitely an archetype I know how to win with. I'll take it. I will take it. GG. GG. Only one Covenant away from the top now. Save Scum MVP, that's right. That's right, we got there. Just barely. We just barely got there. Through all the honorable means at our disposal. A great early game modifier. Oh no. Oh no. Another 20 damage? So we start at half health? Okay, sure. So I could definitely understand why people die in the first floor sometimes. 40 health. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Yeah, Sap totally brutal, right? Totally brutal. Alrighty. I think thank you everybody for being here. Awesome to have so many folks joining me on the Variety Day for some Monster Train, and thanks to all of you who have followed the stream so far. Cool to see new folks finding their way here. I think for the second half of stream today, I want to switch over and check out Griftlands, because that recently got a Steam release and a new mode. So I want to take a little bit of a dive on into that and see what the experience is like. Just some echoes from Lurking Cave. Heya. Yeah, losing on round 1 goes from nearly impossible to very possible. With only 40 health. I'll believe it. I will believe it. Alrighty. Let's switch it up just a little bit here. Breaking. There we go. Huzzah. So if you've not seen Griftlands before, Griftlands is yet another deck-building roguelite experience. This one made by Clay Games, who are behind Oxygen Not Included and Don't Starve. If Slay the Spire the game I have played the most in my life, if not which? Ooh, good question. So, the top contenders would come from the era before hours were tracked in games, you know, through Steam or anything. I played an awful lot of an MMO called City of Heroes back in, like, the 2008 to 2012 era. And I really sunk a lot of time into that. I must be coming up close if I haven't already passed it with Slay the Spire, but that would be the top contender. I've enjoyed Rook a fair bit. But what we'll be diving on into is the Brawl mode for Sal. Survive an escalating series of jobs as Sal works for a living. So, Griftlands, the default mode, is a kind of a story-based mode. There's a lot of dialogue and sort of like an almost RPG kind of quest system to it. And this newly added Brawl mode is a bit more akin to what we see in Slay the Spire and Monster Train, I think, where you have a series of combats, you improve your deck between each one, and there's not so much fluff involved. I'm really curious to see how this plays. Higher prestige available. We'll try this on Prestige 3, I guess. That's the highest I've got unlocked. Prestige being the Ascension analog for Griftlands, or the Covenant analog, or whatever you want to call it. All these games have have been borrowing mechanics from each other pretty blatantly, but that's a good thing when the mechanic works well. I have all the card sets active, and let's go. I don't actually know what this mode entails. You've set your mind to revenge. Starting graft, choose a negotiation graft, choose a battle graft, or skip. Yeah, battle graft. Grafts are like relics. Unique battle grafts. Start of each battle, a random creature joins your team for the duration of the battle. That sounds very good. Whenever you fully defend an attack, increase the attacker's panic by 2, causing enemies to flee quicker, or whenever you add a card to your deck, it is immediately upgraded with the effect chosen at random. So there's 2 upgrades for each card. It's just going to pick one. That's a weird one. I like it. That would give us a real leg up immediately, but would be a detriment in the long run. Kind of like the Void Chain. Creatures are useful. They do damage and they can take hits. So I want to try it. Give me a Pokemon. Oh, and I can choose everything. Okay. We also get a negotiation graft. The big gimmick here in Griftlands is that you've got 2 decks of cards. A battle deck, which works very, very similarly to Slay the Spire is going to be the highest overlap here. You've got an energy cost. Your cards do damage, you can generate block, and your enemies will show their intents and what they're doing. Your negotiation deck works a little bit differently. We'll talk about that, I think, when we get into a negotiation. But it's a totally different style of combat with a completely separate deck of cards. There's some intersectionality. What is that? All cards cost 1? That's a cool effect. All cards cost 1? Even the ones that cost 0? Whenever you fully mitigate damage, incept doubt. So, fully mitigating damage causes our opponents to become weak. Or at the start of each... Wait, what? What do you mean, start of each turn, draw cards until your hand is full? That's ridiculous? That sounds very broken. I gotta try that. And we get a card to start with as well. Slippery. It's like hologram. Improvise a card from your discard pile. Gain some block. Stinger. Gain block. If you discard this card, gain block and counter, causing you to do damage back, or wind up. When you discard this card, increase the damage of this card by 4 until played, and return it to your hand. So lots of discard synergy going on here. Sal's starter deck doesn't really have any ways to discard cards, so I'm like, take the Slippery. Fence is good. Oh, we get more. 5 damage, discard a card. Well. Well. If this is the only card in your hand, attack 2 times with 4 bonus damage. What prestige is this? We'll be playing on just prestige 3 here. It's the highest I have unlocked. Checking out the new mode for Sal. And Mathematician hitting us up with a dad joke. I once heard a joke about amnesia, but I've forgotten how it goes. Mr. Beccanudo. Where does a general keep his armies? In his sleeveys. Okay, looks like we're gonna get 2 negotiation drafts. 3 damage each time this is drawn while you have influence. I think we can make that work. Spend an influence. No. Doubt makes our enemies do less damage. Draw a card. Choose a card from your hand to place on top of your draw pile. So it's a war cry. The upgrades to this. Oh, weird. They changed how it... Can't really see those. Exceeds of Doubt. Get some defense in the deck. Some moral text. Get out there and get stronger. Casio is waiting for us. So we've got our Brawl Progress. Combat mixed boss fight. So there's this whole little bar along the bottom here. Be the Heavy. Interesting. I can buy cards. We can get a couple item cards from the bartender here. I still like make people like me. Yes, we can hire them for the next job. So there's like a whole diplomacy thing. I guess the merchants are here too. We can buy pets. We can buy grafts. Yeah, so everybody's in the tavern here. I don't think we have a map that we can go to. Can we unlock Prestige from Brawl or just from the normal mode? I admittedly don't know, but my guess would be that Brawl will also allow you to work through Prestige. The merchants come and go. Oh, okay. So this is going to change. Let's be the Heavy. What are you looking at? You don't scare me. Intimidate or attack. So the choice here is important. The deck that we use to engage in combat will affect which resource pool we're going to lose. You know, if we take damage, we'll either lose our resolve if we're in a negotiation, or we'll lose our health if we're in a combat. And it'll also affect which cards are going to get experience points. In Griftlands, every card gets these upgrades. Every card gets upgrades based on number of times played. Every card you can see, there's these little bars that light up, and that's the upgrade progress. Playing the card one time makes a bar light up, and when they've all lit up, you get an upgrade. So playing with a particular deck is going to make that deck better. Let's show off the negotiation a little bit here. Let's see, I think I put... Oh yeah. Don't need the speeds maxed out. We were doing speed runs last time I played. Go slightly faster. We don't need to be running at 4x. Okay. So we have a full hand of 10 cards here. Which is it 10? Yes, 10. Full hand of 10 cards. We're just gonna draw 10 cards per turn. That seems ridiculous. It seems ridiculous. I see we're also glitching a little bit here with the 10 cards. That's crazy. That's crazy. So, in negotiations, our opponent has a core argument, which is what we're trying to deal damage to. And then they may deploy additional arguments in the outer ring here. There'll be buffs and debuffs on them. The inner ring is their intents, and shows us what they're planning on doing. So we can see that they're attacking us for 4 here. Want to apply Composure, which is block. Let's see, their core argument is... end of every turn, lose 1 influence and 1 dominance, is what they do. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that. Let's just threaten them. You don't want this getting messy. Let's change my stream title. I did. I totally did. We'll update it again, though. But it should be showing Griftlands now. So they now have Intimidated. Hostility cards deal extra damage, and that reduces when we play a non-hostile card. So we should be using these threads. Are definitely a little glitchy. Yeah, sometimes it fails to update for viewers. Let's see. Scaling normal. Big. Oh, that's so big. Okay, maybe not that big. We'll work with it. We'll work with it. So I could end the combat right now by playing another threatened card, but we want to squeeze a little bit more experience out of this if we can, which I'm quite certain that we can. I'm quite certain that we can do that. Yeah, something in the middle would be nice. I don't actually know why they died. Oh well. XP, yeah, if you can avoid ending combat to get a little bit more XP, it's well worth your while to extend that combat, or even just like to play another couple of cards before the killing blow. There is a limit to how much experience you can get in each combat. After, I think, 5 or 6 turns, you'll get a status effect that says, you know, your cards don't gain any more XP. So you're not incentivized to, like, stick around in combat forever, farming XP. But a few turns. A few turns. Like a random enemy argument, if we play 4 hostility cards in 1 turn, double the block on all our arguments, or apply 2 composure to all of our arguments. And also always skip to gain 10 gold. Wonder where that idea came from. This does only 2 damage if we meet the requirement. That's ridiculous. Take the 10 gold. Get paid 100 shills. Okay, so that's really straightforward. Just a combat. Oh, so it's combat mixed, combat mixed. So we're given choices periodically. Some of them are forced negotiations. Interesting. Oh, really interesting. Choosing sides. Side with backs or telomere. Deal with 2 thugs or security guard with 2 combat drones. Battle is about to start. You need to choose a side. We'll side with backs here. Fight the drones. So we end up in a combat here. Again, works similarly to, say, Slay the Spire, but there can be a lot of combatants on both sides in this game.
Commander, one of our
most valued. Thank you so much for the 9 months.
It says continued support of
that
the
tier 1
XCOM
sub.
project.
Word indeed. Word indeed. So the easy way to read combats in Griftlands is to look at the number above each person's head. That's the damage they're receiving. The damage number shows up over who's taking rather than who's attacking, because who's targeting who can get very confusing. So it's just easier to know who's taking. We can easily see we're not being attacked this turn, which is nice. So these drones are immune to bleed and wounds. They will stop fighting if only drones are left. So if we can beat the security guard, we just win the fight. So let's focus all our damage on the security guard. This could have double reckless swings. Yeah, this hyper beam guy? I don't think so. That's one of the bosses, right? So we will fully block. Although stab is easier to level up. Go for that first. So we have a negotiation deck and a fighting deck, that's right. Sick. Sound effects volume. A little bit on the large side. But yeah, that's the whole gimmick of Griftlands, is that you have two simultaneous deck of cards to maintain and upgrade and use. So you notice that the health bar below each unit, sometimes there's a white area, and that white area indicates the surrender threshold of that unit. If their health drops into the white range, then they'll stop fighting, which may make the fight end, but may not, depending. So I'm going to slippery that back. Oh, I don't get it back. How unfortunate. Allies are quite easily handling it. Very, very simple first fight here. Was there a reason to choose this side for the conflicts? The particular enemies, I imagine, would influence the decision. You know, how your deck matches up against, say, drones versus a pair of thugs. And that's only something that would come with, like, a bit more experience. I won't say that I had, like, a lot of knowledge that I was basing the decision on. So just have the killing blow here, or the surrendering blow with the stab, but want to get card XP first, so we play other cards and then go for the fatal hit. Oh, didn't roll actually enough damage though. Oh good, then I get more card XP. Although, ow. Okay, so when they surrender, we can either execute them or accept the surrender. In the story mode, executing foes gives you a little bit of money, but makes a random person hate you. I don't know what it does here. Game audio is still a little bit loud. Okay, let me tweak that down a bit further. This Griftlands has changed on me a bit. Same thing as story mode. Okay, so we want to accept the surrender then. Spines. Gain 1 counter whenever you gain defense. It's a power card. I like that a lot. Counter is fun. Combination does bonus damage if we have any combo. Gain 2 combo. Combo being a mechanic Sal has in the combat deck. You build up combo with cards and then unleash it with finishers. That's right, Pooh. There's a, actually, not Pooh, Plutonium. Plutonium 239. Yes, there's an option, you can have the dedicated interface space for your camera in either the left or the right. And we upgrade our elbow strike. Either draw a card or gain us a combo. We don't really want to do combo things, so give me the card draw. I want the spines. As the dust settles, your allies turn on you. You're gonna have to fight for your life. So we have to do it again from the other side? Interesting. And they are doing a lot of damage. Well, that's rude. That's very rude. I would have botched the fight had I known they were going to turn on me. Let them get roughed up a little more, you know? But this Wild Brock seems pretty helpful. Still, we're taking so much damage here. Just want to rush one of them down. I want to get spines upgraded. Oh yeah, we do have a good card draw. Excuse me. Buys a card from a pool of special cards. Cripple is block. Cripple is block. So we can block for 3 here. Throw dust in his face. Get him. bleed does more damage than the other options. Bleed is kind of like poison, but it goes down by half each turn. Okay, gain 5 points of strength. Yikes. Okay, so he'll surrender. Okay, now's our chance to get spines down. Definitely want to be leveling up that card where we can. Same with Reckless Swing. Definitely feeling like the Void Chain was a good pick. I can block for the Brock too if I want to. Accept that surrender. Another battle card. Gash! If the target has bleed, apply cripple and wound. Cripple is like weak, making them do 25% less damage. Wound makes them take 1 additional damage per stack of wound. So not quite vulnerable. Radeshi Barbstorm. Apply 2 bleed. If you discard this card, apply 2 bleed to all enemies, and put this card back into your hand. Or Brazen Attack. Apply 2 cripple. Interesting. I like the Kradeshi Barbstorm. We can discard with the Reckless Swing, although I'd like more ways to gain block at the particular moment. Attacks inflict 1 bonus damage on this target at the beginning of their turn, reduce wound by 1. As for the difficulty, we're on Prestige level 3, because it's the highest I've got unlocked. Just checking out the new mode, seeing how it plays. Let's try the Barbstorm. Seems like there's a lot of multi-enemy fights in this. Eat the turncoats, gain $100 reduce. Pick 1. Draft 2 negotiation cards or remove a battle card. Better remove a battle card. Get rid of one of our stinky stabs. Skew mission. So merchants are not around again. But I could eat one of Fish's famous fish cakes. Restore 15 health, lose 40 shields, and add a 2-cost status card to the battle deck. That's something we want to do. So our heal between rounds, we can heal at the merchant for that 40 gold, 15 health, but gives us a status card. And then we should get a heal after each boss as well. Bind Telomere's captors. Attack. Seems like a pretty easy fight. We want to be leveling up the battle deck, so let's attack here. Plus cruelty. Apply 2 wound if not blocked, huh? Oh, I'll block. I'm a blocking kind of guy, you see? We can see the death loot. That's interesting. Knowing exactly what item cards you get from who would be pretty useful. Half defense. Extremely rude. So if I Reckless Swing and discard Kradeshi Barbstorm, that gives experience to Kradeshi Barbstorm and for the other thing, and puts it back in her hand. It's cool. Still want to keep leveling up spines, though. Get that upgraded nice and quick. Friend Duggo. Friend Duggo. Ghost Strike! Draw a card, discard this card, your attacks all deal maximum damage this turn, so any random range would roll max, that'd be cool. Spend 2 combo to make sneak attack deal max damage, or another Kradeshi Barbstorm. Go double Barbstorm. That sounds fun. Another 100 shills. Huzzah! Hey, and our, well, a couple merchants are here. Orlick of the Beasts can sell us a pet. A wild yote or a wild urchin for 63 or 250 shills. Or we can say Endo, remove a negotiation card for 50 shills. Also buy negotiation cards. We'd love a way to get influence for our negotiations. But I'll pay for the one removal. Tush your minds. I need that many fast talks. Person dislikes me. I intimidated them. Fair enough. Faction battle. Arrive at the battlefield and attack. Get this Goon Clove on our side. Hobblebot Trinary. And Rebel Wade. Hard level up. Bot is immune to bleed. Let's try to kill it. Medical 3. Hobblebot Trinary will attack exclusively this fighter. Please don't. Yeah, please don't. They're buffing. I assume next turn they're going to hit me hard. I don't think I can kill them next turn. Draw a card, discard a card. The end of Goonclove's turn, apply 5 defense to all allies. That's pretty cool. It's extremely cool, in fact. So I should fully negate this hit, right? Yeah. That gives me a little bit of counter, too. Being attacked. Haven't done much damage to you. A little bit disappointed. Hopefully I don't have to, like, fight this guy again afterwards. Love that animation. Spin. Wild Fleet. We can actually block for our allies. This says apply for defense, so you can target anybody with it. It also helps us level up the block cards, of course. Swing back. Barbstorm ends up being pretty easy. Oh, we're fatigued now, so our cards are no longer gaining XP for the battle. Like I said, that kicks in on turn 5 or 6 or something. And that's your cue to just finish it off, the fight. You done? You murdered my only robot friend. How dare we? How dare we? Overloaded core. Hit all enemies, stun enemies with metallic piercing. So we got a grenade from the robot we killed. Draft a new card. Improvise a random common or uncommon maneuver card that costs 0 until played. Apply 3 defense. Whenever this card is improvised, gain 2 defense. Prediction. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Got a couple improvised effects. Or Bloodbath. Whenever you apply bleed, apply 1 bleed to all other enemies? Excuse me? With our Barb Storms, that's going to be hilarious. Give me that. So spines get upgraded. 2 counter whenever you gain defense, or 1 cost. That's like a power, exactly. That's exactly right. Anything with the ability keyword is functionally a power. You gain a condition for the rest of battle. Does it give 2 block or 5 block if improvised? I think just 2. You want Thorny Spines? I want Thorny Spines. Draw a card, discard a card, or 8 damage. Discard a card. Let's make it draw a card, discard a card. I want to be getting and playing the Kradeshi Barb Storms. 7 damage, destroy. Permanently remove this card from your deck. One of the upgrades you can get on your starter cards. Or combo nonsense. No way. Any battle you can walk away from is its own kind of victory. Get $100 dues. Store 30 health, remove a negotiation card. 30 is a pretty good heal. I'll take that. Undermine. Still no shops. Buy an item card. Kind of whatever. Is that exhaust or purge? That's purge. We find Cricketh and his guard. Nobody talks to Cricketh without going through me first. And try to scare her away, or try to convince her to switch sides, which is slightly... only very slightly more difficult. Can easily do this. You're on the wrong side, lady. Especially against somebody who draws 10 cards per turn. So, their core argument is abuse of power. At the start of their turn, incept a planted evidence argument if one does not already exist. And they start with the heckler argument, increasing their damage by 1. So we can actually attack this argument. It's got its own 5 hit points, which is separate from the core argument. So we have the ability in negotiations to directly attack the buffs of our opponents, which leads to some interesting decisions with targeting, I think. So we need to gain some influence. Influence causes our diplomacy attacks to do maximum damage. And that's going to start getting our beguile going. So she creates a planted evidence, which is an argument of ours. If it's destroyed, we take additional damage. And that influence that we just deployed ourselves is itself something targetable here by our opponent. Irrigate Plus. Let's see about that. Take 2 more influence. If you do overkill damage to an argument, then any excess goes to their core argument. It's the inner ring. The inner ring shows the intents of the enemy, whether they're attacking or if they're deploying a new argument. Start of Tima's turn, steal 10 shills from Sal. I don't want you to do that. Please don't do that. Cards are weirdly hard to click on when there's 10 of them. Oh, it's only 1 damage. Well, whatever. Gotta level up those composure cards anyway. And Beguile is getting more and more damage each turn. Do huge damage with it now. This one. We're able to level up cards very quickly because we're drawing the whole deck every turn. Impatience has been added to our opponents. If you stick around too long in a negotiation, this buff will appear. It's indestructible, and it makes all of your opponent's arguments do additional damage, and I guess it gives them extra block now too, which it didn't used to do. Previously that just made them do extra damage. But I guess we got more going on now. Very well. And here's Fatigued for us, so our cards are no longer gaining XP. But we want to draw... Where's our big card? Oh, here it is. The Big Boot. Yeah, we can only play 3 cards per turn, but that can change. Setup. Gain 2 influence at the end of your turn, lose 2 influence. I like it. Draw a card, return the next card you play to the draw pile. Or Intrigue can do a lot of damage if we're willing to spend some influence. It's like Flex, yeah. But also not really. Try it. It's 0 cost, so we draw so many cards. Store 5 Resolve and a 5 Composure Destroy. Or Visionary Deflection. Draw a card. Destroy. We'll take the really good one, I guess. What are you two talking about? Get him! Cultivator Cricket. So we got 28 health. This dude's super dead. Excuse me, sir, but I believe you are dying now. Get Bloodbath in play here. For the card XP. Ruined. Whenever you play a card, take 1 damage. Not the Beat of Death. Anything but that. Stabs. Easy opponent looks like. We're taking our opportunities to get XP where we can. Like my allies are gonna kill him. Oh, surrender. Oh! No. The Yote yeeted him. Every 4th time you gamble each... Wait, that's a glitch, right? Gambling is something Rook does, not us. So Felina hates us because we killed their friend. This is generally what happens when somebody in combat dies. You get a permanent penalty But this penalty doesn't do anything to us, because Gamble is not a mechanic our character has, so I don't really know. Anyway, we got a Bog Scimitar, which is cool. It heals us for the amount of damage it deals. We upgraded our Slippery to be either 6 defense or improvise 2 cards. Interesting. Oh yeah, that would have been a good bug report if I had it on screen. And I still can, right? F10? 1? The feedback button somewhere here. There it is, F8. Bane Effect's wrong character. This made me feel bad. Because when playing in Sal's... What is it called? Rush mode? What is this mode called? Got Bane for Rook. Gamble mechanic. Brawl mode, that's right. Thank you. Submit! Sure they knew about it, but... Another way to discard a card? Another Reckless Swing would be nice. I like Blade Flurry a lot. With combo. This is basically Rip and Tear, attack 2 random enemies. We'll take one more Reckless Swing. Do I have Renown spelled wrong? Oh no. That's all the better, actually. Fight a boss. Our merchants, no. I want to buy graphs and stuff. Oh yeah, I also didn't decide. We didn't take the thing that comes back with the... Yeah, let's upgrade this to more block. You hate me. We can provoke her. You manage to provoke Felina, they will attack us on their own, and we can kill them with no diplomatic consequences. So that should be both a negotiation and a combat. Feels like the sort of thing you shouldn't be able to do in this mode, but yeah, let's do that. Here, you've been talking about me. Maybe I have, Grifter. Keep snarling like a yote and you might finally get smote. Get him. Expend all non-hostility cards in hand? Oh my god. All non-hostility cards in hand, you say? Gain dominance per card expended. Well, that seems ridiculous. I'd love to. Although that'll prevent me from gaining XP if I do that, right? Well, not on the threatens it won't. Best non-water, non-carbonated beverage. Mango Lassie is gonna be my vote. Delicious. Any kind of, like, mango smoothie is my vote there. Let's get rid of all of that. We get 5 stacks of dominance, making our angry cards do many damage. And we're just gonna try to win this quickly. Very quickly. These threats level up. Oops. Full angry mode. Easy peasy. That's it. We're fighting now. Got a shield? Well, I brought a dog, so get wrecked. Shield Bash. Reduced by 1 whenever you play a card at 0 stacks. Clobber Felina attacks a random enemy. Set stacks to 4 whenever she gets hit. So if we play cards without hitting her, she'll hit us back. Interesting. Do I like the damage ranges in this? I think they end up interacting with a lot of interesting mechanics, because there's a bunch of ways to manipulate the range. You can increase the minimum damage, you can increase the maximum damage, or you can guarantee that you roll max damage with a bunch of different ways for different cards. So yeah, I like the way that they've done it. I do indeed. Why'd that damage change? They went from 12 to 8 suddenly. I don't understand why. They get crippled? Don't understand. Apply some wound here. What's your damage changing? I don't understand. Keeps happening, too. Oh, is that the... So, 5... Yeah, it could be the indication of the shield bash damage. That's true. Some bleed. 5. Yeah, that actually did 5. So confused. We're fatigued. We just wanna go for murder. Victory! Get a Swamp Smasher. If the target is stunned, this does 15 bonus damage. Interesting. Psionic Feedback. If you have discarded a card this turn, this card costs 0. Raider does bonus damage equal to the cost of our hand. Or Backstab does double damage if improvised. Interesting. If you've discarded a card this turn, this costs 0. So cool. Yeah, not possible. She fought to the death because she hated us. Fought to the death because she hated us. So Freighter, our huge hand is in the negotiation deck, and this is a combat card. In the negotiation deck, I would say that Freighter would be very good. But since we are not drawing 10 cards per turn magically, unfortunately, like maybe Psionic Feedback? I'm going to skip these. And we will upgrade our feints. Your next attack this turn deals maximum damage. So that's what I was talking about. Effects like this that can affect your damage range cards can be pretty cool. Generally hard to get block cards, so I'm gonna take the one that doesn't destroy my defense card permanently. Be like, okay, 4 defense draw cards sounds good. Can always destroy that. Elena is dead, and so is the grudge that she held against us. Now let us fight a boss. We're upgrading 4 bleed, or... Okay, so... Upgrade the discard effect of the Kradeshi Blade Storm. And apply some bleed with our stabs, too. More bleed, the better. Fight a boss. I think we're in good shape. You meet Ekel on the road. We can convince them to help us or continue on alone. As a general rule in Griftlands, take combats if you're offered. whether they're negotiation or not, because they are valuable card XP. And valuable card rewards. Just gotta take them. Influence, please. So your core argument is defensive. Gain 4 composure whenever I create a new argument, which I see they did. Which did. I understand. Vulnerable. They take all resolve loss increased by 1. Okay. Summoned a suspicion. Diplomacy cards deal -2 damage. Rude. That won't even KO. Apply some doubt for block next turn. Oh wait. Yeah, target friendly argument each turn for 1 damage per count. That's not what I thought doubt did. Okay. Noted. So noted. This is now 8. Looking good. Place that up. One at a time. Bone Tired. When destroyed, Echo loses some resolve. Beguile is getting bigger and stronger. We're gonna lose our influence here. Okay. Do a ton of damage that way, and then we set up at the end just for the card XP. Gives them block though. Impatience is happening. We're being attacked for 8. And set more doubt. That'll do even more damage every turn now. We should be able to finish them here with our Beguile, but I'll play Seeds of Doubt one last time. Crushed. So card XP is meta advantage on the cards you use in combat. That's right, I'm Rando. That's right. The more you use them, the quicker they'll upgrade. Wants to draw. Yeah. For deflections get upgraded. 6 composure expend, so 6 once per battle. I don't want to destroy another one. Same. Okay. So more powerful one-time blocks sound pretty good with what we're doing. Convinced Ekel to help us in the upcoming fight. We find our target. Yanhua, Cult of Hesh. Boss. This is a new boss. I have never fought this boss before. So I have no idea what to expect here. We've got 100 health. And they are attacking everybody twice. Just terrifying. She's a Rook boss. Okay, interesting. Definitely interesting. Cards can only upgrade once, but each card has 2 different upgrades, and you get to choose one when you upgrade the card. So if you're doing AoE attacks, you're going to wipe out my minions pretty quickly, and that's not good. Do not like that. Yes, cripple. Less damage to all of us. Was that not 4 to everybody twice before? 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 3? What? So confused. Where are we? Okay. Nice. Give us some good bleed. And I should probably block a little bit here. Slashing claws. Stone slippery. We still haven't seen our thorny spines, which would have been nice a lot earlier. Stab you. It seems to be alternating between two fairly basic attacks. Let's get rid of this Strike of Clarity now. Boss almost down. When in the UI, can you see how far I am in the run? At the bottom of the screen when we're not in a combat. You can see it. Success! Choose a battle card. More bleed. Improvise a card from your draw pile. Gain 3 defense if it's a maneuver. Apply 1 wound to a random enemy if it's an attack. Interesting. I'll take Zigzag. We'll try that out. A little bit of Resolve and Kradeshi Barb Storm upgrades too. Again, want to upgrade their discard effect. You win! We get a Boss Graft. Yeah, Boss Graft. And these are very much inspired by Slay the Spire boss relics. Dangerous Bulb. Gain 1 action at the start of your turn. So gain an extra energy every turn. Take 3 damage at the end of every turn. So gain an energy, have a disadvantage. Very, very directly Spire inspired. And I do think we would... well, 3 damage at the end of every turn is pretty brutal. Or we can go with a Negotiation Graft. I think our negotiations are fine. Draw a card when we draw a status, or whenever we gain influence, deal 2 to a random enemy argument. Oh, that's not bad. Well, let's take the Dangerous Bulb. We'll see how that goes. I'm sure sometimes that's going to hurt. But maybe sometimes it won't. Ah, perfect. We can add more graft slots. It's going to be perfect. Costs us health, but we're about to sleep and go back to full health, so now is the time to add a graft slot. Normally we only have... I guess we started with 4, but now we have 5 slots, 4 grafts of the battle, 4 for negotiation. Got Recycler. First time you expend a card, draw a card each turn. If you are outnumbered, gain 4 defense and 3 counter at the end of your turn. Interesting. That works badly with our minion summon, or Hemophage. Whenever you apply bleed, restore 1 health. Excuse me? Well, that sounds perfect. Hell yeah. Focus Breaker. Whenever you draw 5 or more cards in a single turn, gain 1 bait. Must be targeted before anything else. It's cute. First card played every turn also damages an additional random enemy argument. Oh wow, Brain Spur. Oh, that could be so powerful. So here's the progress meter. We're at the end of day 1 of 5. Let's take an Apsies and move on to the next. Your bed calls to you. In your dreams, you run from the clash of rebellion. You know the blood that comes after. One new person likes us. Huzzah. Make friends with gifts. Venture forth and kill some monsters. Don't mind if I do. You find the monsters. Destroy the monsters. Oh, that's a lot of damage headed my way. Well. We'll get the health back, I assume. Oh no, they're cute. Sure are. But they also hurt. Tell them to stop hurting. Oh, that's our own... That's a cool... It's an icon for hitting ourselves with our boss relic. I like that. Swamp Smasher. Healing. Brilliant. Just getting some card XP there. Success! The math leveled up. Can give it Ambush, which is essentially innate, or we can make it cost 1. Let's try making it an 8. See how that goes. Take 6 defense as well. Spines number 2. Or Prediction. Whenever this card is improvised, gain some more defense. Try that out. To get some combo going. Or not combo, a counter going. And we need more block now that we're taking 3 damage every turn. Draft 2 battle cards, or take 100 shills. Wow. I'm gonna take the money, because money is grafts, and grafts are pretty good. Try for intel. Secret intel. Gain a bonus reward for each intel obtained. If destroyed under your ownership, you lose the negotiation. Interesting. Very interesting. So we want to get some permanent influence if we can. So this is one of those combats where we got like side objectives that we have to go after. Give her some doubt. Start of each turn, a random card in hand costs an additional 10 shills. This negotiation. So we have to pay actual money to play our cards. Rude. And we're given this kickback card, which causes us to pay them to do damage to them, basically. Beguiled. Willing to do that. Charitable donation. That block I wanted. Although my block expends now, so it's like, kinda whatever. When destroyed, Sal gains, draw an extra card at the start of our turn. Well, about that. Don't break that. We want to be just playing Beguile now? Taking out these intel things. We lose the negotiation if that gets destroyed. So we want to be progressing towards winning the negotiation pretty quickly from here. If possible. If you end your turn with this card, take 8 damage. That's a bad deal. That's a bad deal. Actually, worried about this combat. Quite a bit. I'm willing to pay some shills here. I think it's time to start hitting their core arguments so that we can leave the fight if necessary. I think so. There. Where's our big card? Beguile, yeah. We'll do 13 next turn. Here comes Impatience. 4. So I can't let that get destroyed. Be the big sad. Okay, one more of these. Okay. So fast talk, threaten should be able to KO. And if not, the kickback will get there. Cool. Alright. So we got two of the three. Did not get all of them. 4 damage each time it's drawn, or higher base. Tall Beguile is only better if I'm going to draw it 0 or 1 times with influence. Not the boosted one, that scales up faster. Duplicate target bounty or inception. Interesting. Let's try that. So create a copy of something they've got around them, and if that's a bounty, we can get pretty cool stuff. My health back. Rewards for secret intel 2. That was our rewards, I guess, was getting back to full health. Sure. Receiving damage, lose less combo. 10 max health, it's not bad. Don't think any of these graphs are quite what I want, though. Draw 1 extra card a turn. But I already draw cards until my hand is full. High-pitched wine. At the start of each negotiation, gain 1 wine. We'll save up money for something else. Venture forth and make peace. Find Urbla and Tick about to murder each other. It's Urbla or Tick. Urbla, you look sad. You should stop. Got a defensive style argument. for them. So I can use exploit weakness to duplicate this. Oh, I totally can. Oh, that's cool. So they're taking damage every turn from these. That is very cool. Right, you keep getting blocked when I do that. Don't do that. I'll let you hit me. Cards I want to level up. Boop. Boosted Beguile is powering on up. Good block card. Bonus action next turn. Actually, deploy bait sounds great. Now they have to target that. For me. Pull that up. It's very good. That bone's iron. Obliterated. Fast Talk gets leveled up. Gain 1 influence. Perfect. That's perfect. Everything we ever wanted. Gain 3, lose 3, or gain 2 at the end of your turn, lose 1. Oh man, Pale setup. I love it. You get to keep one of the points of influence. 3 out or 2 draw 1. Make it 3. Is that a good duplication too? Take another one. Gain 3 smarts. Smarts. Gain an extra action at the start of your turn, then reduce smarts by 1. Ooh. I like that. It'll give us extra energy for several turns, which is really good. We have to convince Tick too. Alright. Convince Tick to stop. They've got a short fuse. Whenever we shuffle our deck, they gain impatience. Oh no. Oh, this is gonna have to be short. Yikes. So that makes us take extra damage, but I've got good blocks, so whatever. So impatience already kicking in. Big yikes. Big yikes. Wait, I can do this multiple times? Oh god. Oh my. Oh my. So now I'm gaining 5? Or no, it's only 1. Oh, I understand. Okay, it's only 1 energy per turn, no matter how many smarts I have. I was misunderstanding that. Still good, though. It's not as good as I hoped. Escalation. A hostility card is played, increase the count by 1 and gain 2 resolve. Okay, the stuff when we hostility card, I suppose. Let's shut that down entirely. I have basically no way to block, so ouch. Deploy the bait. Like blocking. Ooh, I was hoping we draw the big card. See that we did not. Still get there with double threaten, perhaps. Yeah. Huzzah. Sort of 3 lose 1 influence. Any of that? Gain 2 influence, then deal damage equal to half your influence to a random opponent argument. Or hostile instincts. The diplomatic instincts, upgrade the green side of that. Flex card. Double threaten. Attack with this card twice, or just get rid of it. Get rid of it. Get rid of it. We don't need no hostility cards in this deck. You know what? Maybe Herbla's not so bad. Some good here today. Win the crowd. Another negotiation. So lots of negotiations to go through here. A motley crew accosts us. If we convince the right person, we can turn the tide. What an interesting little setup here. So for each of these combats... You know what I mean, right? For each of these combats, everybody else is helping out in the form of Heckler. Increasing their damage. Interesting. Very strange. Enjoy being doubt. Something. Two of those. Crafty. Intense and target previews are hidden, so we won't know what they're attacking, as long as they've got that going on. Deploy the smarts. Yeah, that's what's being attacked. Not allowed. No, not my brain! Wait, I need that. I don't have any block cards, huh? Fortunate. Like, almost able to KO them? I think I can, actually, if I hit them with that, and with this, and with this. Our intent should kill them before they hit us. No, after they hit us. Or just not at all. Very well. That didn't work like I wanted it to. Other Seeds of Doubt. Spend 2 influence to gain 2 actions. Buying time. Ooh, I like that. Yeah. We should all listen to this grifter. We're making friends! I guess that was the correct person. Alright, good job. Little something for me. 5 max resolve, draft 2 negotiation cards. Draft 2. You can also take the money off these. Next card this turn costs 0 actions, non sequitur. Damage of the next card played this turn is doubled. Evil Eye. Okay, that's perfect. Look what we're doing. We have 1 card that we're trying to boost, and doubling it sounds real good. Find Lisha. Our daggers are thirsty. Thirsty daggers. Ron, take 5 damage? Rude. Perfect. Some weak here. This fight's already over. Perfect. It's a nice quick one. Got a couple cards leveled up. Improvise plus. Pick 1 of 5 or improvise a card from a pool of upgraded cards. I tend to like the upgraded ones in this. Destroy? Or bleed? Sure. Or 4 to 6. Oh, discard a card. Yeah, actually, I would love more discard. What you get from executing or not executing, if you execute somebody, then you gain an item card. They get, like, some kind of loot, which can be really powerful. But you'll also cause other people to hate you, which will provide permanent penalties of some kind. Ah! Job failed? Wait, was I supposed to kill them? I might have been supposed to kill them. I wasn't even paying attention. Fight a boss! You meet blood on the road. Appropriate. Help me! Dude's got 50. 50 is many. Don't you know? 11? Excuse me, what? 11? A big number. It's an awfully big number, sir. Oh, I need to suck my influence away. I'm not gonna be able to use Boost of Beguile this turn, I don't think. Time for Know It All. That man some doubt. That man some doubt. Doing 9 to my brain? Please don't do 9 to my brain. I need that brain. My brain. Flustered will make it so they don't dunk the brain as hard. For the braining. Is that a new profile pic for the stream? It sure is. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Get our quick thinking. Got upgraded cards. Non sequitur, this one's partially upgraded. Hey, glad you like it. I'm pretty happy with it. Courtesy of Sir Theodis. Oh, I need to... Oh, I think I forgot to message them. Fudge. Okay, yep. Yep. Minced blood to help us. The Fleet Queen! The Fleet Queen will summon little minions that we have to deal with. That's a... oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Can we not? Can we maybe not? The big yikes. Not lose defense at the start of their turn. Bonus damage equal to their defense. Neat. We'll get that in play. Fleet Queen has like 18 armor per turn. Kind of need them to summon stuff. We're at least healing off the bleed we're applying. Blah. So we got these little larvae. When they die, they give us item cards that can remove all defense from the target, which will help us get through the massive armor of the Fleet Queen. I want to... This is gonna work... Yeah, that's what I thought that was gonna do. Okay. So the Kodeshi Barbstorm is perfect here with our Bloodbath. So whenever we apply bleed, applied one bleed to all other enemies. We apply bleed to all enemies, so that applies bleed to all the other enemies once per enemy. Which is madness, and heals us for a lot. Seems good. Seems very good. Stinger! And using these stingers regularly is how we're gonna wanna do the thing. And they're sticky too, these retain? That's so nice. Queen is attacking you. Provide some defense. Really tempting to throw the overloaded core here. I think I will. Oh, it had counter. Well, dang. Does this game have a Snecko Eye? I don't believe it does. Have a Snecko equivalent. But it should. Okay, Fleet is doing many damages. We'll cripple it and remove all its defense. And we'd like to gain some counter. We gain 2 counter whenever we gain defense. So let us try to gain some defense. Perfect. We'll do quite a bit of damage back to the fleet here. Okay. This is going well-ish. Well-ish, yes. Remember, this card is improvised, gain 2. Nice. Wanted to see how that works. Success. Okay, if we can discard... We can discard this. I would really like to discard this. We'll draw a focus swing if we can draw a card. Perfect. There's the bleed spam. This also applies bleed. More AoE bleed. Yeah, it's got counter, so I don't want to hit it on this turn. Things are going pretty well, actually. We haven't lost anybody. Here, have some blocks, sir. Too bad. Yeah, the counter's gone, so let's hit it. Buys a card from the... Doesn't really matter what we're what we play, because we don't get XP right now. You're getting murdered. You're running away. Seems like a good time to get some blocks so that we have some counter this turn. Bring it on. Easy. They rolled away. Giant Stinger, 2 cost, 9014. Apply 2 wound, expend piercing sticky. Okay, that's a very good card. Take that. Upgrade our feint to be... Remove a random debuff?
Commander,
Interesting.
we've just received
Draw
the
a card.
support of another council
The
member.
Moon! Thank you so much for that Twitch Prime sub. Welcome to the council. Thanks very much for subbing. Ooh, discard a card and gain defense. Barnacle. Apply bleed, then gain defense equal to target's bleed. Oh, I like it. Both of these are very good. Take a little bit more discard. Want to be able to discard the Blade Storms over and over again. 3 fingers. When installed, 2 random people will hate you. In an action at the start of your turn, battle card upgrades now have 1 fewer options. Or at the start of your turn, reduce the cost of a random card in your hand by 1 until played. A quick charger. I wouldn't mind more energy on our negotiations. Sure. In a random card at the start of battle. And allies have 10% less max health. That's not too bad for the hating penalties. Block of the Swab here to offer me another battle graft. What do you got? Whenever you draw 6 or more cards in a single turn, play a random card in your hand with a random target. Just don't ask where I found it. No. Buckshot. Apply 1 wound to a random enemy at the beginning of your turn. The jar seems hilarious. Deal 1 damage to all enemy arguments. That wretched jar. Sounds hilarious. I'll take another battlegraph slot since we're about to rest. To sleep! You were never afraid of beasts, even when the foreman would threaten to sick them on you. You learned to keep a bit of spare jerky in your pocket, and how to look for an opportunity. Pretty cool. Try to look scary. Scare off their protectors. Potential enemy. So it's a negotiation where each of these bounties can take out a upcoming opponent in the battle. That's interesting. Very interesting. Their core argument has a shield. We have to scare off an ally first. Interesting. I have no block in my hands. Interesting. Block. Exploit weakness, yes. Do that next turn. Stack it up higher. Sort of propaganda card into our draw pile at the beginning of their turn. Okay, we can deal with that. Can deal with this. Draw, yeah, we didn't draw boosted doubt.
Excellent work, Commander. This council is pleased to see our continued support of this project has been worthwhile.
Calipers would be good here. Thank you so much for the 2 months. And that tier 1 sub. Glad to see you stepping by for some Griftlands action. Alright, here we go. So we can double up the Beguile damage, and this is where we're going to start crushing things. Is the Evil Eye Beguile combo. 24. That gives us considerable overkill. In 2 actions, draw a card for each friend you have in the ride. Interesting. Blam? Wait, what are you doing? Stabbing ya? Is what I'm doing? Obviously. Does it look like I'm doing? That juicy counter. Or something like... Oh, okay. But why? my god, wait, what? How much damage? $17? You're a pamphleteer. This is going to bring me to pamphleteers. Or something. Why so much damage? Shaylin hitting us up with a dreaded double dad joke. You know, I bought the world's worst thesaurus yesterday. Not only is it terrible, it's terrible. And one more. I had a clown open the door for me this morning. I thought to myself, that's a nice gesture. For the cause. Not the turn I wanted to have, but I guess I got a lot of counter. Burp. Fly more bleed, please. I'm not supposed to murder them, am I? I don't think so. Whenever you improvise a card while this is in your hand, reduce its cost by 1 until played. Interesting. Say no to all that. Targeting cores, whatever. Words or blades, you always make your points. Money acquired. A little something for us. Duplicate a card in your hand. The copy costs 0 until played. Expend? Not destroy, expend. Whoa, that's good. That's really good. That's really good. Not destroy, expend. So only lose it for the battle. You hate me. You will fight me now. I hear you've been talking about me. Time to die. You have 60 core argument. As many core arguments, sir. And slash or madam. But I have a way to do that much damage very easily. This expends too, I understand. There we go, that's pretty decisive turn 1. You have negative influence? I don't believe so. It's takes the form of an argument, so you can have it or not have it. But you can't have both it and not it. That wouldn't make any sense. That wouldn't make any sense at all. A lot of damage to my core arguments. I cannot allow this. Well, that's coming from that, though. We can kill that. Definitely kill that. Let's take the damage to the smarts. Or we can block like that. Huzzah! Huzzah. Alrighty, so Evil Eye and Boosted Beguile are here to start doing damage. Perfect. Taking minimal damage. We've got to protect our influence, of course. And one more Boosted Beguile should just end this fight. Basically. Crushed him. Alright, Evil Eye upgrades to either 0 cost or a proper double tap upgrade the next 2 cards is played. We're only realistically using it for one purpose, so let's make it 0 cost. Destroy. 4 smarts and 1 vulnerability, or just gain 3 smarts? Perfect. Purified and know-it-all. Ooh, don't expend. Perfect. During weakness. Oh man, our deck just got so much better. That's it. Fighting time now. Fighting time now. Taking damage. Some bleed here. We heal whenever we inflict bleed. 6 or more cards in a single turn. I have misunderstood how Wretched Jar works. Get him, Moshnu. Show them who the boss is. Yeah, it seems like the normal hand doesn't count, so we have to draw 6 additional cards? That's hard to do. I don't think I would have bought that had I realized, but oh well. That's okay. Just kind of like hitting them for whatever here. Success! Admiralty Requisition. Draw 3 cards. Destroy after 1 use. Perfect. Oh. Apply 4 defense. Increased by 2 for each card discarded this turn. That's kind of cool. Although we have almost too much block at this point. We need to find more ways to deal damage. I don't know. I think that Ashnu came from our unique graph. We get a random ally in each combat. Worked out pretty well. Mech Survival. You gotta help me hold off these Baron mechs. Oh god, that is a lot of Baron mechs, and they're all immune to bleed. Oh my god, what? Oh no! Oh no, this is not good. So, we got a couple of Enforcers here. When you hit Enforcers, they reduce their number of attacks per turn. So we can reduce the incoming damage by hitting these guys. Although this deck is not particularly good at that, admittedly. And they're all metallic, so they're all immune to bleed. Win in 6 turns. Oh, we just have to survive for 6 turns. Okay. That's better. Big ouch. We get all his health back with our different healing methods. Just not in this fight. Oh, they're all targeting me. No! Piercing? These things take double damage from piercing, right? Yes. Can also stun them relatively easily. So I can make a copy of Thorny Spines that's free? Or a copy of Giant... Oh my god. That's so OP! Amazing! The Replicator. The copy's not forever, no. No. Copy is not forever. Raw pile. Can't really do that much damage without our bleed here. Bad Singer, this is just expend, right? Yeah, we should use that. We're already dying. Let's kill... A new one comes in immediately. I was wondering about that. That's not good. It's not good at all. Two turns. Our wild yote is gonna get yeeted. Not acceptable. He's got 59 health though. Damn you. Dog alive. Or Sir Hexadeck. Yeah, I'm curious if it, you know, what you would get if you were able to kill them all. Get an automech blaster. Morphage. So our Battlegraft upgraded. Whenever you apply bleed, restore 1 health goes to restore 2. Different grafts can level up after being used in the relevant type of combat enough times, which is super nice. Combo, and these are bleed. Take the bleed versions. We're trying to do bleed things. Oh man, this becomes 0 cost? The draw. 2 wound to random enemy if it's a attack, or 4 defense if it's a maneuver. The wound zigzag. Bedlam. Discard a card, attack a random target for quite a bit of damage. Their copy of Bloodbath. Your next turn, gain 2 comp. Struggling to find stuff that's going to help us do enough damage. We'll pick up a Bedlam here. You hightail it with the survivors through a hidden tunnel to escape the army of mechs. Yeah, the heavy. Don't kill him. You hate us too. Hating people seems like it's beneficial, actually, because we can just provoke them into combats over and over again. Interesting. Very interesting. Normally in the gameplay, running into people that hate you is difficult to do. We seem to be having very little difficulty with it. Interesting. Escalation. Ah yes, we got a short fuse here. Of course. And duplicate it at its current value of 6, so we can really do some damage with these doubts. Gain more smorts. So we can incept 3 more doubts, making that 9, and then duplicate it again. Oh man, that's a kind of scaling. I like that. I really like that. Dang. Dang. Fighting time. So you're the one pinning my cards in the first place, so that'll stop happening now. That's so good. Damn time. We mostly just want to apply bleed to heal. 13? Ridiculous. A little bit of healing. Shift dagger. Apply 1 wound. Chance to destroy this card. Whatever. So, if they have bleed, apply 1 cripple and 1 wound. Okay. Or rebound. Gain counter for each card played this turn. Ooh. Ooh, I'm gonna take the rebound, actually. And play quite a few cards per turn. Uranir is dead, and so is the grudge that she held against us. Huzzah. It's like a hard fight. this is a very hard fight. But we can get a lot of healing. Oh my god, can we ever get a lot of healing? And 4 counter seems pretty decent too. Yeah, that seemed decent. More healing, please. Our defensive strategy can be just get health back, right? Oh god, the damage. Oh, it's so much. Injury. Where'd that come from? Perfect. Basically like Reaper. You have 8 counters still. It's terrifying. Why do you still have 8 counter? I don't like that you have 8 counter. Please don't have 8 counter. Oh no. Well, that's not good. Oh, wait, that killed me? That killed me. Game over. Havarian gig economy. GG. Thought my attack would break even there. Is applying bleed actually only 2 times, right? So 4 health, take 8 damage. Well, GG. GG. That one combat was a lot more than we were ready for. Our battle deck did not evolve in the same way that it usually feels like it does for me. We just didn't really get that much stronger with this whole bleed thing we were trying to do. Did not feel like it came together very well. Countering me for... Oh, the counter got upped. I totally missed that. Totally missed that. Too much going on. Seems to have that effect on people. Well, dang. GG. GG. Cool little mode, though. Definitely feels a lot more Spire-like. There's not, you know, dialogue that I'm skipping through. I really liked the Brawl mode here. How long does the run of this game take? Depends on if you're playing the standard mode or the Brawl mode. Looks like a Brawl takes maybe a few hours, whereas a standard playthrough is more in the, like, 6 to 10 hour range, if you're reading a lot of the text. GG. Very GG. I think that is where I'm going to wind things down for tonight. But wanted to say thank you so much, everybody, for joining me. I'm going to throw a host on over to Sneaky Teak, who is playing some Griftlands himself. So if you'd like to see more of this game, well, here's another awesome content creator who is checking it out right now. Thanks for watching, OmniCloud, Zuthis, Slacker, Loki the Harvester, Green Koala. Cool to see a couple new folks finding their way to the channel through Griftlands. So that's so cool. Die, BB Tech, Red Fred, and everybody else, thanks for watching. Ta-ta for now. I'll see y'all next time. Toodaloo.